Hey, what's up, Perm? Alright, for those watching this VOD on YouTube, because I'm going to be linking this VOD as a part of my supporting fire guide, this will be a fresh solo self-found run, so if you're playing on Trade League, you should be able to navigate this pretty easily, but the goal is to clear the entire campaign and the interludes, and we'll see how long I'm feeling after I've been streaming that long, but we're at least going to full clear through the interludes, so you'll have a good idea of how you can get through the campaign and get your own Kurgle's leash, which is very important.
Iron hand. Every life has a price, and your crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and
Sad.
guilty.
You have only 4 ADP option here. I think it's because I'm not a partner or something. I don't know. I see 720p source as an option for me, but
I can't believe that actually
I don't know how it
worked.
all works.
You're the first ones. You're alive. I'm glad to see.
Yeah.
Oh, now I would appreciate it if you could.
I might need to change my OBS settings too. I have no idea. Hey, it's up, Nash.
Well, that was unexpected. I'll have to find this Miller bloke. Oh, it's been many years since I saw one of these little beauties.
Yeah, I'll see what's going on with Twitch. Maybe I have the settings set up wrong. It shouldn't. It should be the exact same feed to both, so I don't know. What's the plan after patch notes? The same. We're league starting Ironbound Warbringer. Right now, I'm just I'm doing one less playthrough of supporting Fire Tactician to update the league start for that. That build is still going to be a very good league starter. In a lot of ways, it's like better this patch, so I'm going to be updating that. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to stream a run on Thorn Shaman, but maybe not. I don't know. I don't think it's likely I'm going to do anything with the Shaman guides until I can play them, because there's just too many variables. I think I'm just going to tell people to go follow Zeph. He's a Thorns creator. He's playing Thorns martial artist, so I think there's too many variables with Thorns for me to be able to like make a guide blind, and if I'm not playing it, I don't know if I'm comfortable updating that. So this is probably the last day we're doing supporting Fire Tactician, and then I'll post the league start video tomorrow that'll go over everything from the campaign to interludes to the endgame. And then after that, we're just full Ironbound Warbringer testing. We are fully locked in. Are you and the boys going to do a podcast discussion the patch notes? Yeah, it'll be the day before launch.
Please come inside.
With Captain Lance. That's a crazy bow to start if I was a bow player.
Well, doubt these.
How do you feel about the patch notes? I don't think they were bad. I mean, they are exactly what I thought the patch notes were going to be. Some people are upset that the balance doesn't look like it's too different, and that's what they basically said in the reveal stream, so I basically went into this expecting this, and I don't know. A lot of things that I like to play got buffs in some ways. There are some red flags with Thorns that it's like maybe you don't league start it.
These are just some odds. Another for my collection. Thank you.
So I wouldn't mind being able to buy that, but
Stay safe if you can.
we will not.
Till next time.
Okay, so with your first support gem, you're going to take Explosive Grenade. You're going to use Explosive Grenade until, at minimum, right before Rust King. And then you have the option of you can either stay grenades all the way until you get supporting fire, and then play a little bit grenades past that. Which, it just depends on if you like playing grenades or not. A lot of people don't. or you can play the skeletal snipers. And I personally think, in terms of functionality and speed, grenades are the best way to play, but the problem is you have to change your passive tree. You're gonna have to waste gold on your passive tree, so some people don't like doing that. So I'm probably gonna have two different, like, 1 to 24s set up. One that's set up for grenades, and one that's set up for, and people, for the people that don't mind spending gold at, like, you know, the end of Act 2 to change their passive tree. You can level as grenades, and then swap to a full supporting fire build around level 28. Or you can level as snipers, and it's a little bit awkward. It's not as good as grenades, but it definitely works. It just depends on getting a couple important things early on. So this leveling guide will definitely be set up with two different leveling methods to where you get the supporting fire. Once you have supporting fire, it's basically the same. It's like there's one way to play it. You can technically play grenades supporting fire for like the entire campaign into Endgame, but from my experience, most people that are playing supporting fire, they want supporting fire to be the star of the show the moment you get it. So I'll be designing the rest of the mid to late game guide around, you know, not grenades. But if you wanted to, you could stay grenades for the entire early endgame, you know, until like yellow-red maps. If you wanted to keep using grenades as your primary bossing and rare killing, and then you just use supporting fire. To clear the, like, you know, the common enemies. Why 720p? I don't know. I don't know why that's happening. Is it normally not 720? Like, I don't know. Is my stream normally not 720p? Or is that something I unlock when partner? I haven't changed any stream settings recently, so I have a feeling this is what it always is. But I don't know. I'll look at my OBS settings after this stream. I'm a complete noob streamer, so it is quite possible my settings are just fucking wrong. And I can be streaming in 1080p. I don't know if that's something that's limited behind partner or not. I'm not a Twitch partner because I don't stream very often. It's a combination of two things. I don't stream very often, and when I do stream, I oftentimes get raided. And there's like something in the Twitch partner algorithm that if like you get raided, it throws off your odds of being accepted or something, which it makes complete sense because they don't want, you know, someone with 5 viewers to get raided 3 times and then qualify for partner, right? So I don't remember early links, but it's been 720p these last streams at least. I'll 100% remember to. I actually need to be focusing because this is supposed to be a league start watching guide, but yeah, after this stream, I'll make sure I double check, because if I can do 1080p for launch, I'll clearly want to. Hey Kyle, I was trying to come up with a cool way to use Ancestral Spirits now with the new Ancestral Bonds. Have you ever played around with these? The idea of a minion totem hybrid is appealing. I have played with Ancestral Bonds. I have tried to make Ancestral Bond builds before in the past, and to me, the single biggest change in the patch is the Ancestral Bond totem change. I think after a few weeks, and like totem builds using Ancestral Bond is going to be the meta for a lot of caster builds. I have played that type of build on a Shaman and an Infernalist, where you can get insane amounts of Spirit, and even without getting an insane amount of spirit, it's going to be really good. But
Here it comes.
there's no risk going for it. I wanted to do this sorry. I wanted to do this start so bad, so happy you're streaming. Sorry if you mentioned, but is there a place we can follow your league start for this build? Yes. If you type !SF, it should link to my mobalytics for it. I think I typed in commands. It's working in Twitch, but it's not working in YouTube. So I'll just paste it over there for you in YouTube. Give me a second. But yes, it is not 100% updated, but it will be tomorrow. And then for this build and my league starter, I am not league starting this build, by the way. So if you're expecting to follow me along on launch and play it, you won't be able to. I'm playing a different build, but I will be supporting it on league start, and like I'll be watching friends who are league starting this build and learning from them how they're adapting to like the new stuff. So it'll be supported despite me not playing it, and I will have the .build files set up for it. So it will be fully supported with the .build files. The in-game shit. So even with a crossbow, that's really bad. If you just use regular crossbow shot and some explosive grenades, you can handle most of the clear. With a contagion, you can handle all the worms. Obviously, it's not the fastest fight if you don't get lucky with a good crossbow, but there's no stress with the early crossbow damage. Grenades can be really annoying on this fight because he burrows around. So just expect most of your damage on this fight to probably be crossbow shot. Because you'll throw a grenade down, and good chance that it'll move right when you do that. But the reason we want to kill him, like, on League Start, I like doing all the I like full clearing every area just to make sure there's, like, no new stuff added. But for this boss specifically, like, he can drop a tense crossbow, which is nice. But the main reason we do him is for the support gem. He gives us an early support gem. Which, if you're speedrunning, you can skip this guy, but we're not going to skip him. We're gonna do all the things that give stuff like that. So your next support gem, you're going to take Frost Bomb. This will start getting you exposure for your elemental damage. New gloves, +1 melee skills. Unfortunately, doesn't help this build. This is an unethical crossbow. So when we get to the level we can swap the skeletal archers, we are. We're not going to use this crossbow for a real run because that would just be unethical. For support gem, you get multi-shot and explosive grenade every time.
Yes? These are just some odds and ends of mine.
10% move speed. Sheesh. This is the run, boys.
I like to hope I will treasure it.
We're about to get a... Why did I do that?
Stay safe.
Okay.
If you can.
Hey, what's up, Steve? But yeah, sorry, so go back to the ancestral totem change or whatever. That is like one of the sleeper best changes of this patch. I am very much predicting you're going to be seeing a lot of use of spirit stacking totem builds.
There, another beacon.
So for this fight, when you have the grenades, you can make it much easier by sending out a couple of volleys. And then you start her with half life.
Kinda walked into that one, didn't I?
Second support gem, we're going to take Fire Attunement. This is primarily because we need to get fire damage set up for our skeletal archers when we swap to them. There are better choices you can take here instead of Fire Attunement, but this is like primarily a choice that like it saves us the ideal choice later in case you don't get lucky on spirit gems. Hey, what's up, Addicted? What's up, Kadachi? Thoughts on the patch notes? I mean, they're exactly what I was expecting. I kept saying over the last week that I wasn't expecting too many balance changes. Most of what I predicted to get nerfed did get nerfed a little bit. There's a few people, per usual, dooming about changes that aren't actually nerfs. Per usual.
Oh, that's ominous.
But, I mean, in my opinion, the notes were exactly what I was expecting. There's nothing to me that's, like, super crazy. Without getting the passive tree. Like, the passive tree is a big tell-all for me. Early Iron Ring is nice. I got Suede Braces. That's so funny.
This
This is the most unethical run. But I don't know, like, I think overall it looks awesome. But per usual, like, the problem I have with the patch notes is a lot of it is, like, generalizations. It's like, we added all of these lineage gems, and there's a list of, like, 45 lineage support gems, and all it has is their name. So it's just like, like, this doesn't, like, give me anything to help me, like, decide my build, so it's just, like, more teasing to me. In terms of nerfs, like, I'm trying to think, like, Thorns is in a very interesting spot. I don't want to say it's, like, dead or unplayable, but there's too many red flags with the patch notes where it is, like, how we formerly played it, it is definitely nerfed. So that's one thing. I'm not hyped about the new prize pain, personally. Some people are. I might be overthinking it, because I do doom a little bit about some Thorns changes, but, yeah. If at this point you don't have a good crossbow, in the Red Veil, there are these refined arms. They guarantee a base of all the main weapons. See how there's a smithing rammer here? You just run around this place, and you click it until you get the crossbow you want. Or, I don't know if you can actually get scepters from these. But if you're trying to get a scepter for the swap to skeletal snipers, maybe you can farm one here too, but...
Learning my skills one job at a time. Need more time.
Can't wait to start, Tactician. Thank you for the guide, Broski. No problem, man. I will have the Mobalytics completely updated by the end of the weekend, and I'll have a video guide out. That's like this is the Supporting Fire League Starter guide. At this point, I've played it once mid-league. I played it as my league starter for the one private league. I played it as a league starter for a hardcore private league as well. And then I played it in hardcore, solo self-found, and solo self-found hardcore. I've played this build a fuckload, and in my opinion, it is a fantastic build for solo self-found and solo self-found hardcore. And it got buffed in this patch in many ways. Like, not just the fact that we get, like, new minion damage stuff on gear, but armor evasion got buffed. I already preferred playing armor and armor evasion as a defensive archetype with the build, so that just got even better. But then we also got all the new crafting stuff that makes it to where it's easier to make the gear for this build. So, like, for solo self-found perspective, it's just way, way more approachable. Even though it was already a good solo self-found build, so... I'm very excited for anyone playing this on League Start. I am likely playing it very early on League Start. first or second, like not first, second or third character potentially. I want to do a gemling build very badly with the new gemling changes. And what I'm thinking about potentially doing is on my second character, I play it as supporting fire tactician, get it to endgame, update the guide to like level 90 or 94 or whatever, and then I swap it to a gemling, and I do whatever weird gemling build I want to do there then. So it is likely supporting fire is my second build. You played Witch Hunter, correct? Oh yeah, that's my main ascendancy, my man. I play Witch Hunter more than anything. What do I want to spend my level 3 gem on? Probably on Skeletal Sniper. And then upgrade, and then use this on Flame Wall, just so we can get that swap ready to happen. From here, we need to get a good scepter and a good shield. Sorry if I missed your question, but don't be afraid to re-ask it. Honest question, I've leveled crossbows many times and I'm getting bored of it. Do you think there's a generic projectile damage nodes to level as lightning spells? Like, I've tried leveling lightning spells on the bottom side of the tree, and the problem with elemental skills on the bottom side of the tree is they depend heavily on infusions. And a lot of what makes infusions tolerable is the nodes up here. I will be showcasing a way you can level skeletal snipers, which is kind of a fun elemental style skill. As soon as I can swap to it, I'll show you it. And you might like that more, but in terms of elemental skills, it's tough to do them on the bottom side of the tree, if I'm being honest. They're just because they're so infusion dependent, you know, you could definitely force it, but I've done like Witch Hunter caster builds before, and it was frustrating. But hopefully what I showcase here with you on this build, because I agree, part of the reason why I am also playing with the Skeletal Archer version is because I'm bored of grenades too. They're fantastic, they're really good, but you know, I'm with you. I've played grenades enough. I've played grenades enough. So the Skeletal Sniper mix-up is interesting enough. We just need to get a scepter with more spirit. We need to get a shield for it as well. We don't have to worry about that right now, though. I didn't have time to answer on disc. I didn't read it. I haven't read it yet. I don't know what you asked. Let me see. Oh yeah, I don't know how Adonia survived. I mean, the patch notes, like, GGG literally said the patch notes weren't going to have very many balance changes, so this is what I was expecting, and they were, like, they literally meant there weren't going to be many balance changes. Like, very few things were nerfed. The leech nerfs are pretty bad for some builds, but Cast on Crit Comet's still going to be, like, giga crazy. But, I think, yes. I mean, Game of Thorns very well might have survived. Though, we don't know if that just hasn't made the patch notes yet. Why do you think Minion Archon good on this skill? I don't know what Minion Archon is. So how's the endgame damage for supporting fire? It's good. It's like... It depends on like what you're looking for. When I pushed it, like I didn't min-max it completely, but when I pushed it pretty far, I had about a 30 to 40 second jet kill. And it was like a 2 to 3 minute Uber Arbiter kill. So, it just depends on, like, if that's bad for you DPS-wise. but I was doing it as like a specifically pure supporting fire damage. If you did like minion damage as a supplement to it, I'm sure it could get the single target up a lot higher. But I was just refusing to use minions at all, and only wanted to play supporting fire. But yeah, it's not like the best. Like, you're not getting like, you know, 10-second boss kills with this build.
Bye.
But it's good enough to clear all content. If you're okay with, you know, 30-second-ish fights for a lot of bosses. I mean, I don't feel like that's... I don't feel like that's much of a secret. I feel like...
If the face...
But yeah, I mean, that's gonna be busted, but...
The old magic still thrives.
There are still some mains of that ascendancy that...
Neat little
You know.
Wish I could sing away more.
Do you think Shaman would be a good ascendancy for a special bod change? Yes. Shaman or Infernalist. I think Shaman or Infernalist are the ones you want to do. What is your league start? I'm league starting Ironbound Warbringer, but right now I'm just practicing supporting fire to update the guide. Okay, so at this point, you have the decision to make. If you're watching this on the YouTube VOD and you're like wanting to learn how to play it through the campaign, this is where you decide if you're going to level with crossbows and grenades until the end of Act 2, or are you just going to say, fuck it, I'm going to do the long trek to the minion stuff, scoop a few armor nodes, but there's going to be a long trek with not much damage gained from the tree. This is where you make that decision. If you're going to play grenades, the first thing you're doing is coming down here, you get Colossal Weapon and Overwhelm, and then you path over here and you get Singular Purpose. I'll have the tab for the grenade leveling setup in the Mobalytics. And then this will just carry your grenade damage for all of Act 2. I will be showcasing the minion leveling style. And from here, unfortunately, it's just because there's no minion stuff in the area or nothing that buffs supporting fire. You just got a long trek ahead of you. You're basically coming for over here. This is where you're gunning for. Which, it's not efficient in terms of, like, leveling speed. Just, like, pathing over here and, like, not really benefiting from attributes for your main build. But it saves you gold, which I know some people, A, they prefer to save the gold, and B, some people just might want to level the minion style. But this is where you would decide. Are you going for the two-handed damage stuff for the crossbows and make grenades just super easy? Or, yeah. I'll read what you ask in a second. Kadachi. Shaft and stuff.
Tell me that isn't fungus. Need more time. Need more time. Need a sec. Need a sec. Need a sec. Fungus. Just had to be fungus.
Okay, what did I have in the guide for the next supporting gem? It was Ignite for Flame Wall. Okay, let's go vendor check. We want to get a good scepter. Alright, so let me get caught up on questions. Question with Ironbound Bowbringer, how are we leveling? I've never played bows before. I'll have a full guide for it. I don't want to talk about Ironbound Warbringer too much in this stream, because I'm trying to actually full clear the campaign in one stream today, so I need to be kind of focused on this build. But you're going to level as bows. You can either A, you can on League Start, it takes like 10 seconds to make a ranger, go kill Miller, and then put lightning arrow, lightning rod, your bow and quiver in a stash, and then make the Warbringer. So if you wanted to instantly play bows, you literally just spend 60 seconds killing Miller on a ranger, and you've got a full bow kit. There are 2 other ways where you transition the bows, and I'll have those in the guide as well, but there's quite a few ways you can instantly play bows, and it's not that bad. But the plan is to play bows ASAP. Can you give me a rundown on Witch Hunter defense? I think the ES recharge nerf Blood Mage might be scuffed. I tested a map on Witch Hunter. You get the same effect, just need a defense. Well, the reason why Blood Mage is better is it just had the potential to get to where it could easily, like, it had 100% cull on, like, it just had the best cull threshold. But Witch Hunter is still very good for it. But Witch Hunter, it depends on which variant you're doing, Armor ES, ES, or Armor EV or EV. All 3 of them feed into Sorcery Ward just fine. Sorcery Ward as a defensive layer is fucking awesome. It's, in my opinion, it's comparable to old Energy Shield, and it looks like it got nerfed in the patch, but it didn't. Mathematically, it didn't get nerfed. Like, the Armor EV base changes are going to make it fine. Sorcery Ward's still going to be good. But it's essentially just, the bottom side of the tree has no way to get Chaos immunity and Chaos defense. That's the biggest thing for it. Having a big Sorcery Ward is, just one of the biggest defensive, like, boons you can get for the bottom side of the tree, just because of, like, there's no Chaos res solution down there. But in the next patch, it gets even better, because the way Sorcery Ward works is, when it takes damage and depletes, like, the timer for it, the way it starts is it doesn't start recharging until you stop taking damage. So you have, like, once it's depleted, you have to wait the full duration of its recharge to replenish, and that window of time leaves you vulnerable, where your life pool is exposed. And the new ward is like a massive buff to Sorcery Ward, because it gives you a defensive barrier behind Sorcery Ward, beneath your life, that's just extra cushion. So, in terms of defensives, Sorcery Ward is incredible and getting buffed in this patch, and there's just many ways you can scale it. You know, one thing I love doing is High Resire with it. You know, you can get really big Sorcery Wards, so... But, I mean, Sorcery Ward's just super easy to scale. You just stack Armor EV, or EV, and it just gets super big. It's, like, not an overly complex defensive layer, and if you pair it with Ward, it'll be really good. Yo, Cal, Ironbound Warbringer with a max roll anvil and defensive stance annoyance is 89% block. That's not how Warbringer works. The Warbringer, the ascendancy node, sets your block chance to 75% and locks it at 75%. There is no way there's no getting it above 75%. You're just at it. Anvil does not increase Warbringer. Maximum block chance doesn't increase Warbringer's block chance. It is hard locked at 75%. Now, there is the possibility that, look, to your point though, there is the possibility that overcapped block chance does influence Ironbound's damage, but it doesn't influence actual block chance. We don't know that. So to your point, there is a chance. Yes. But if that was the case, where it was influenced by overcap block chance, you would still want rearguard. And they've nerfed rare quivers this patch to where they can only get +1 projectile skills, right? As far as I can tell, amulets are still +3, or did they nerf amulets from being +3? Either way, amulets are crazy amounts of what they give to us. So, trading that for the anvil is a worse trade-off than rear guard for a different quiver. Almost certainly. Like, the anvil is just... The reason why, like, a Titan variation isn't going to work for this build is because they have to use shit like the anvil, and the Warbringer doesn't. They can use a +3 projectile skills rare amulet with a fuckload of resistances, you know. Sorry, if I missed your question, don't be afraid to re-ask it. I'm bad at reading chat. I mean, Sorcery Ward is great for Culling Strike builds. So, I've done it many times. You're not going to have issues playing a... You'll have a good time. If you want to play a Culling Strike build and you want to play it on a Witch Hunter Kadachi, I promise you're going to have a good time. It's not like a make or break situation. I was being a little bit pissy about Blood Mage being overpowered for it, just because it kind of was, but that doesn't mean Witch Hunter wasn't fantastic for it. So, I'd still send it. Bowbringer, we need to use the Expo first? No. So, for the Bowbringer build, the league start will either be you play a ranger first, you kill Miller, and then you put in your stash, the bow, the quiver, lightning arrow, and lightning rod. And then you just go make the Warbringer, and then you play bow from the start. Option 2 is you kill the Miller. Miller drops enough stuff that you can vendor it for gold. And, oh, I found it. It's right here. Miller, you get enough drops from Miller that you can vendor, and there's a bow that's affordable. But usually you won't be able to afford a bow and a quiver, so this is just a worse start than the mule start. From there, you can, if you don't want to do that, you take a mace and you go and kill Bera with a mace strike, and you use like Contagion and Frostbomb as supplemental damage. And then from her, you should be able to have enough gold to buy a bow and a quiver, but that's also just not very efficient. And the last option is you wait until you kill Rust King. Rust King guarantees you a short bow. So there's like, I'm going to go over all of them in the guide. It's going to be a pick your poison type situation. All of them are not ideal. Like, obviously, if you get lucky and the Miller drops a bow and a quiver, that's like the best case scenario. But if I had to guess how I'm doing it, this next week, I'm going to be doing, like, Monday through Thursday, I'm going to be doing a lot of League Start prep for it, playing Acts 1 through 3. So I'm going to be testing all those openers. If I had to guess what I'm doing on League Start, it's I'm going to make a Ranger, clear the Miller, because it literally takes 30 seconds to clear the Miller with a Ranger, and just stash the bow, the quiver, and then Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod. And then once you get there with the Warbringer, you can use your first gem for Contagion, and you can use Elemental Weakness, or and your second one for Frostbomb. And you're just set up perfectly. Let's see if I can afford a good enough scepter now. +1 minion skills, but we need a rattling scepter with minion skills and extra spirit to be able to swap to
I heard you. Take a look.
whatever it's called. Also be checking the vendor. You want to get a helmet with +1 minion skills. I'll probably have a regex set up for it.
Sorry,
Meh.
Oh, I like this one.
How many skeletal snipers can I get right now? Like, only 2. Like, I've played skeletal snipers with only 2 snipers, and it feels bad. I'll show you on this first boss what skeletal snipers looks like with only 2 snipers. I really don't recommend skeletal snipers until you get your spirit gem, probably. Because the spirit gem will allow you to use more of them with a higher level gem or whatever, and then You'll also have the potential to use Raging Spirits as a defensive wall.
I'll break you.
Yep, we're already at the boss. Keep them away from the boss. Oops, I was paying attention to other things. As you can see here, even with only 2 snipers... Oh, and I don't have the fucking runes put into them. That's why the damage felt even worse. Yeah, they'll feel better now. So even without the ideal setup, the skeletal archers do really good single target still. Okay, that's not too bad. I was trying to make that look dog shit, and that ended up actually being better, so you could technically swap to skeletal archers with only 2 of them. If you wanted to force it this early, if you didn't have the ideal scepter, you could. The chrono changes were not enough to bait you, Cal? Nah. I actually look at the chrono changes as a nerf, not a buff. But I have to see it more in action. You know. The stash of sneakiness with the ranger and restart. I mean, it could be good. We'll see. For ultra late game Bowbringer, are you planning on taking Iron Reflexes? I plan on being which one's Iron Reflex? That's not that one, right? Is Iron Reflexes? Which one's Iron Reflexes? This one down here? No. I'm planning on going just for pure evasion, ultra late game. We're going to be playing 75% block, 80+% evasion, a bunch of deflection. Like, we're going to be playing block plus evasion, basically, late game. During the early late game, we'll probably take it to convert some evasion rating to armor, because you're going to play primarily armor stacking most of the way, but in ultra late game... we're going to be playing evasion. No, as Bowbringer, so what's confusing about bows, if you've never played a bow build before, is... Ooh, you do want magic rattling scepters. Bows are two-handed weapons. I do have a mobilytics for the Bowbringer, by the way. So, exclamation point Ironbound for Ironbound and exclamation point SF for the supporting fire build. But bows are two-handed weapons. Despite like having a second slot with a quiver, they are a two-handed weapon. So, for the Warbringer start, you get all of these two-handed damage nodes right here and right here. And that's how you scale your damage early on the Bowbringer, is with the two-handed damage passives. You know, you don't have to, like, rush over here or for any projectile stuff. You know, that's what makes the Ironbound Warbringer not an awful start, right? It's because we do have passives that scale us into two-handed damage nodes. I'm thinking Gemling, any weapon type, might be godlike depending on the node bonus. Agreed. Gemling is likely to be my third character right now. And I'm very excited to just, like, fuck around on Gemling, so... Hey, what's up, Das Party? How you doing? I am going to use it on the Warbringer, yes. Probably. Well, I'm going to be testing every interaction with the new Warbringer stuff, but, yes. I had already, like, done some testing with Mirage Archer and the return mechanic, so, you know. Even pre-buffs, I was going to do it. For the Ironbringer, or Ironbound Warbringer start, do you think Lightning Arrow is still worth it since the nerf? Yeah. It'll be fine. We're only playing Lightning Arrow anyways. Like, like there was always a small chance lightning arrow was going to be the main skill in late game, but I don't think the iron lightning arrow nerfs are going to be as bad for our build. Like a lot of what our build's doing is the return mechanic makes it extra crazy. So like you could probably make any skill functionally work, but we were always not like lightning arrow was always low on the list of what would be our best potential. Ice arrow, despite the ice shot, despite the nerfs, is still high on our list. Spiral volley and snipe are all still, you know, fantastic options. Oops, I forgot to get my minions away. It's so much better when you have 3 minions. I feel like you just play grenades and crossbow until Act 2. I think Act 2 is when you do the minion swap. It's not that the minion's bad, it's just a little too awkward. I mean, you could do the minion. This is about the same DPS, this is just a little less annoying for me. Maybe it's maybe I just don't like minion builds. What is Bowbringer? Bowbringer is what I'm league starting. It is playing Warbringer with Ironbound bow as my league starter. It's this bow right here. It's a new bow coming out in the patch that scales off of block chance and has fun interactions with armor break and stuff. It is what I'm league starting. And I'll be prepping for that a lot soon. This is just my last day prepping this build. There's a few ways, Elusive. I'll be going over a lot of them in the guide. Bird RF bait, in your opinion? Yeah.
Enough talk. Open the gate.
Yeah.
At last, it's open.
Yeah. Snipe gonna be nasty on it with their turn?
Yes.
Right now in the game, there is some, like, limitations with it.
Sorry.
Damn.
I will treasure it.
Where barrage shots are not doing damage on return. The base snipe, if you do a single snipe with no barrage, that snipe will do damage, pierce, and return and do damage. But any barrage shots, they will only do damage on their first pass through. They won't do damage on their return. With snipe specifically. With other skills like Ice Shot, barrage works normal and like, or not normal, but works like with all of its shots and then all of the return projectiles. So I don't know if like because they're introducing an item like this, we're gonna get like a chance at the mechanic being updated. But
How can I help? Anything take your fancy?
yeah. It is still going to be really good. Snipe returning, even with, like, barrage, and only none of the barrages returning, dealing extra damage. It's still going to be slick, but, you know. From my testing, there has been some interactions with the return mechanic where it doesn't work like you would expect. Infernal Roa Dreamed is dead. Yeah, we made a post in the Thorns Discord about it today. Rest in peace to that build. It no longer exists. Alright. We're going to try and kill Lachlan only with Gas Arrow. So our setup right now for the Skeletal, we leveled with Multi-Shot initially and Fire Attunement and Explosive Arrow. We have swapped those over to Skeletal Sniper. And then we're using Flame Wall with Ignite to help ignite the Gas Arrow explosions. because it is detonated. The gas cloud will detonate if an ignited enemy touches it. So flame wall right now, we're using it to just get something ignite as much as possible. That's also why we have fire attunement, so we can get stuff ignited as much as possible. And then once you have the enemy that you're ignited, or the boss you're fighting ignited, you can just spam gas arrow, and it just does big chunks of damage. At some point in the campaign, you get bidding 2 into it, and you get all the cooldown recovery stuff for supporting fire. Once you have like 3 to 4 skeletal snipers, you're able to basically spam gas arrow on bosses while supporting fire is running. So it ends up being really fluid once you get a little bit into Act 3. But like, you know, if you're trying to force the skeletal archer leveling with gas arrow at level 8 as a mercenary, where you're like, you know, nothing really to scale it, it's going to be a little awkward at the start.
Need more time.
As you can see, it absolutely chunks. Now, one of the annoying things is keeping your archers alive. You have to be mindful of where you place them, because, like, on this fight specifically, right, you have these little ice balls that, like, deal damage to the ground. If any of your archers die, and then you're struggling to, like, reposition and, like, get them away from this, they'll keep dying, and then you'll just have 0 DPS with skeletal archers. So, until that you get them defended with, like, and get good at positioning them, it can also be a little awkward there. Luckily, both my archers didn't die this fight, and we were able to just spam gas arrow on him down. Again, if you don't mind spending the gold in Act 2 and Act 3 to change your passives, you should probably level as crossbows the whole way. But this is for the people that don't want to do that.
Hold up a moment. See that? Don't worry. Ready? Go on then.
Oops. Didn't have my archers out.
Easy. Need more time.
You will definitely be leveling as many. And there's a lot of people, like, one of my biggest complaints with my guides I get, because I do a lot of mercenary leveling specifically, is I hate leveling as crossbows. Is there another way I can level this character? I don't mind crossbows, but it is, like, for whatever reason, a comment I frequently see. Is I hate leveling with crossbows, whether it's just they've done it too many times or the grenade playstyle just doesn't vibe with them, which I can get. It's a little bit awkward.
Am I seeing things?
I mean, this is only 2 archers, and you can see it's chunking the, you know, a boss. So, like, once you get it a little bit more supported, we're going for all these nodes up here. We don't have any minion skill stuff on our scepter or our helmet yet, so... Oh no. We got him close to the crow bell. If we lose an archer, yeah, we just lost 1 archer, so that's that's an example of, like, bad positioning for, like, getting one of your archers killed. And now I have 1 less gas arrow I'm spamming until it respawns. There we go. Since they killed your machine gun culling strike build, I mean, that build was fun. But yeah, there's a lot of people that just don't like crossbows, so that's why I'm setting up this specifically the caster leveling variant. Let's go ahead and kill these guys. Oh, my archers got locked out, but they can still shoot. That's funny. They're safe. They're safe.
This is bloody work.
Hi, any build for Chronomancer? I mean, probably any generic caster build. It doesn't look like Chronomancer is going to be, like, leaning toward any specific archetype. It's just, like, Chronomancer's... The direction that it looks like they're going to me is just a generic caster archetype. So I think you could play any build on Chronomancer that you wanted to. Okay, so when you're, like, doing this long trek over here for the minion stuff, I do like to always get Relentless. Just the life regen is just super nice during the early game. But I always like to scoop Relentless. If you want to, you can, like, if you want to just play defensively until you can do the minion swap and you're still leveling the minions, you can also invest points into Blade Catcher and Beef. But you're probably just, if you're doing this, you probably want to save the gold, and you're just going to be going straight for these minion cooldown recovery stuff. Get these 2 nodes here, these 2 nodes here, get these 2 nodes here. And then you start doing the armor stacking, strength stacking stuff. You'll see through the playthrough today if you guys end up watching a lot of the VOD. And I'm doing a lot of yapping right now. It's because the early game is the most fluid of the build. Once you get to supporting fire and the minion stuff set up, it is pretty much the same build the entire time, and you're just kind of like one-buttoning your way through it. But it's this portion of the game that is a little bit more awkward.
Fire in the hole! Better watch me step around here.
So I've tried runs with and without using Raging Spirits, and I honestly think it's just worth it to use it. But I just killed my archers by putting them in a bad position when I weapon swap. I should just take off my crossbow at this point so I stop accidentally going to it. And just showcase what it's like to level with only the archers from here. What would I want to ask devs about? It depends on, like, in what, like, is it just me, like, talking with a dev on stream randomly, like with Saber or something? It would be, like, just a lot of stuff, like, you know, related to how I play the game and the builds I make. Yeah, this is the zone I always hate going the minion setup, because they just instantly get melted. It's like this section, you should just, like, stay crossbow. Because they're just always dead to the Chaos Flowers. Another one died. I keep accidentally weapon swapping because I'm bad. And then it puts my minions on cooldown and I can't save them for a second. Alright, let's do this right this time. What's the verdict for grenades or spells? Grenades for sure. Absolutely, grenades are the best way to level this until you want to swap to Tactician supporting fire, which is like halfway through Act 2. But I'm like, there are just people who fucking hate playing grenades and would rather suffer playing something else. So this is what I have found to be the most acceptable something else out there. I just have like too bad of a melee. I don't know if the build is struggling in the early game or I'm just like a dog shit melee player. Like, I'm always so aggressive with my positioning and it just makes my minions die so frequently that, like, I don't even know if it's the minions that suck this early or if it's just the way I play the game, because I'm just always in a position that leads to my minions dying because I have melee brain, you know? I just dodge roll into everything. And then my minions are like, you know, constantly dead to where I can't use my command still to clear, and I'm just sitting here. Noob shit, you know? Okay, what's your reasoning behind what is your reasoning when choosing what build to play? I mean, it just depends on, like, what's going on with the patch. Like, for me, it's always fun first. I want to play something fun first. You know, what excites me with each patch might be different. With specifically this patch, we're getting the Endgame rework. And that's like the big feature of the patch. So this patch specifically, I want to build that can successfully clear a good portion of the Endgame, at least on my first character. But I also like weird shit, so... Normally, I don't really have too many expectations on my builds, but for this patch specifically, since it's an Endgame rework patch, I don't want to bum build.
Makes fun of my collection,
Thanks, last one.
but I will treasure it.
Didn't even read that. Like, we just don't have skeletal archers. It's not gonna work out. Or skeletal warriors as our front line. It just won't
Stay
work.
safe if you can.
This hooded one is... Here's what I got.
No minion skills helmet still.
Oh, well.
So patch notes, huh? You like them? I mean, for the most part, yeah. The patch notes were honestly exactly what I was expecting them to be, so... You think this is going to be your league start? Supporting Fire Tactician is a fantastic league starter. I highly recommend many people try it out. I won't be playing it because I like doing weird shit. I'm being baited by new stuff, but hey, what's up, KallTorak? Yes, worst case scenario, you swap the Gemling or Witch Hunter and you play something else, right? Like, this Ascendancy is in a great spot. This Ascendancy section is getting buffs, so you'll have things to play. Yeah, I mean, grenades are rough, like, if you don't have practice with them, like, there's a timing to them, a rhythm to them. So, again, I get why all the people that ask for non-grenade alternates want them, so... I'm not, like, upset at any nerfs. Like, I think most people are probably overreacting to most nerfs. We are gaining so much player power this patch that most of these nerfs are probably keeping in mind buffs that are coming with the Kalguran runes and, like, all the new stuff. Like, there wasn't a single thing in that patch I looked at and I went, huh, that was, like, an unjustified change. Like, even Infernal Legion Roa, or even Infernal Legion build, like... Am I dead? We'll see if I can survive. We survived. Like, I think the Infernal Legion nerfs were, like, expected too. Like, that's not how minions should be played, like, as the best style, you know? Like... I do think... I dislike how they just completely just destroyed Leech. But that could just also be a knee-jerk overreaction, you know? Leech might be fine. What about removing of Omen of Corruption? I'm not a crafter. So, like, I don't understand, like, the greater implementation, yeah. You know what I'm trying to say. You don't, but, like, to me, I don't understand how big of a deal it's going to be. Like, obviously I use them all the time, but there might be, like, another source they're adding that does that, or for whatever reason they thought they were just, like, too required to always have to use them. So maybe that's why they're, like, maybe normal Val Orbing is getting a tweak. I have no idea. I don't know how to feel about the change, personally. It was not one I expected, but I just can't say, like, what its greater impact would be. That's more like a dead rabbit question. Let both my archers die because I suck. I'm not a good minion player. And this zone's just rough for the skeletal snipers. They're just getting, like, splashed and cleaved down before they can even do anything half the time. Like, those random chaos volleys aren't even going at them. And this bozo's just in the back line being a bozo. Their damage is good, though. We're about to get a third one, too, so this is about to get, like, a way better feeling once we have the third one. And if we can get Annie's Rattling Scepter with % increased spirit, then it's going to feel even more better. That was pretty good damage. When y'all's post notes pod, it'll be the day before launch. Literally the day before launch. With Captain Lance. Yeah, I fucked up. I'm gonna take blame for scheduling that podcast on patch notes day, but before we got patch notes. It should have been scheduled for today. I dropped the ball there. I'm gonna take blame, because I'm pretty sure I'm the one that scheduled that episode.
Oh, will you bugger off? We got enough problems.
Okay, so now we can get a third skeletal sniper, which helps a lot. Or you could do 2 snipers with whatever it's called. Raging Spirits. What build are your league starting? Ironbound. Is it that? Yeah.
So the thank you. Boy, then.
Please have me a good scepter. Ooh, I saw a rattling. That's not what we want.
I will treasure it. Stay safe.
We have a minion skills helmet.
What have we got? Take a look.
I'll get a regex set up for the build too, so you don't have to like manually search this shit.
If you find out.
You'll have them for minion skill scepters with spirit, for rattling, and then
Keep it full.
oops. Okay.
It seems shadows spoke.
Question on elemental damage convert. If I'm running 100% lightning to cold, is it only flat cold? Lightning going to cold and then scale to cold? I want to try and create the Insanguinate Mind Strixer from PoE1, so like a chaining cold. I forget how all those all those interactions are fucking weird. I think once you're converting lightning to cold, I've never actually done the lightning to cold gloves, so like it might even just interact differently with those gloves. But usually in PoE 2, those mechanics are super nerfed. Tomorrow's the Gazi and DM interview with the devs, right? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. I haven't done too much of that, Billy, so I don't want to like mislead you. I think it's better faster leveling with Expo and grenades and respect. Agreed, JD. Absolutely agree. Grenades are just better, for sure. Yeah, I have videos on my channel, Tien, of me doing, like, not AFK Simulacrum for Tier 3, but, like, basically AFK Simulacrum, because all you have to do is hold down left click, and you just constantly rain down arrows. And the cooldown's so short that you have it, like, overlapping to an extent, and you never have to move. You just sit there, hold left click, and it just does everything for you. It can handle Simulacrum Tier 3 fine. I've full cleared all content with it. It's not like a boss one-shotter, you know. It's not going to have fast boss times, but AFK Simulacrum was possible. All content was killed, but you know, you're looking at 30 seconds to like 90-second boss fights, depending on which one it is. Now that you have 3 archers, like every time I get to the 3rd archer, like it feels exponentially better. It's crazy how good that 3rd archer feels. I think you just, like, you at minimum, you stay crossbows through Freythorn. Yep, it's tanky. It's a very tanky build. It's going to be tankier in the next build. SRS is worth it in my opinion. It is worth it in my opinion. It is like almost better to play without the extra one for sure. Can I afford another warrior? No, I can't. Not right now. But I agree. SRS is definitely worth it just because it's such a nice defensive layer for the archers. Because they are always, as you can see here, one of them is dead. But it always just feels awful when you only have 2 of them, because the moment one of them dies like this, you're just fucked. But when you have 3 of them, you have like so much extra coverage that it doesn't end up being bad. So like, I don't know. 3 feels so much better than 2, even with SRS. But the SRS is like tankier at times for your minions. What buffs did the build receive? I mean, armor EV buffs are a massive buff for the build. Because I was already playing armor and armor EV variants of it that I preferred over ES and armor ES. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer 3 archers, I feel. Just the extra amount of them shooting, the extra charges of poison arrow. It feels just so much better. Gives you the extra leeway when one of them dies. Did I need to go which way? Up there? But then there's a bunch of new minion stuff that makes, like, just minion builds better. That will inevitably lead to this build being better. Like, you can craft minion damage on rings, right, from Breach. Like, that alone is just a very important upgrade for this build. Because at that point, you could run, like, Ingenuity Belt with it and just get extra damage that way. So it was already a good build. Defensively, it got buffs. Why are you leveling again? Just to have something to link to people. Practice makes perfect. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? And mobility-wise, it got a bust. They made using all command skills have less of a penalty delay. Right now, it's 70%, and they're changing it to 50%. So, got a buff in that way, too. Yeah. I think in the main guide, I'm just going to be... In the video guide, I'm going to mention leveling this way, but I don't think I'm going to even have it in the written guide. I think you just level as grenades until Act 2, and then once you have your ascendancy, which is not that far into Act 2, I want to say, like, you know, level 20 at the latest. That's when you swap to just the full minion supporting fire style. But any sooner, it's just not worth it. Minions are just so, like, I really just, maybe it's just a me thing, but I really don't like it. Like, you see how I'm going super fast right now? The minions teleport to you. So if I'm wanting to be fast, and let's just say I'm sprinting, and now I stop here to get into a fight, because when I stopped right here to get into a fight, as my minions teleported to me, suddenly my skeletal archers are out of position. So, like, because I just, like, sprint through so much and, like, have melee brain where I'm always dodge rolling into stuff, it always makes my skeletal archers reposition, and, it ends up leading to their death. So, like, just for how it might just be a me playing the game bad issue, and not a, like... minion issue, but for me, my archers are dead so fucking much. And it just leads to, like, no DPS moments, and I'd rather just play grenades.
This is personal.
Like, this boss damage is crazy, right? But my minions are about to die. I gotta, like, micro them away. I gotta protect them some. They're still probably all about to die. Like versus grenades, where I'm just killing the boss. So I think for sure the guy's just gonna be for grenades. Because like all my archers are dead right now, so I have like 0 DPS with this setup. And when they spawn, they're gonna be spawned next to the boss unless I like back away and then micro them back. And now we're stabilized again, but like grenades would have had this boss like dead, right? So that's where my criticism of this style is at. And now they're just gonna die again because this boss spawned a billion minions. Which if I was a better player, I could probably easily defend. You know, like I said, it's probably a skill issue with being new to minions, but can't weapon swap. But at that point, like, if you're weapon swapping for grenades, you might as well have the passive point investment into the two-hand stuff. Because, like, you're not, like, weapon swapping to grenades isn't going to be good enough without the passive point investment. If you just have a good crossbow but none of the passives, it's not going to do good enough DPS. So if you're doing crossbow, you're just going to be doing the passives and then eventually doing the gold respot, you know? Weapon swap with command skills puts it on cooldown. See? It resets the cooldown of the command skills. So it like that doesn't work. Like, yes, I could do that technically. If I needed, like, an emergency reposition, yes. You should be utilizing the weapon swap more. But because it resets the cooldown on gas arrow, it just makes it, like, not practical at times. But you're right, yes. I should definitely do that more. I am a nooba with minions. I don't think about using weapon swap that way to, like, reposition them and fix their life. But still, in that sense, I think grenades are just what you would level. Let me see. Hey, what's up, Sour? What's up, Mr. Machi?
I think. Be careful.
Oops, I did not mean to go to town. I was trying to shop.
Hello. I've collected these over time. What do you
We'll
think?
take an increased spirit
I suppose I can let them
rattling
go.
scepter. Because that gets us 3 skeletal snipers with raging spirit. So this is the ideal time you would want to swap to minions at the earliest. Is if you got a good enough scepter that enabled you to run raging spirits with 3 skeletal snipers. This is like the comfy time to do it, but I would still wait till supporting fire, I think. If I'm being as picky as you can be.
For what it's worth.
Do supporting fire minions die? No, supporting fire, like, so funny enough, supporting fire is a minion skill, but it's not actually a minion that's on the battlefield. It's as if, like, I had an army of archers that were off battlefield that I was just, like, saying, fire! And they were, like, raining in arrows off screen. They are not targetable. They don't have a life pool. They can never be in your presence. They are completely just non-existent in terms of, like, being a functional minion with a body. It's just a command skill that makes arrows rain down, and it's super fucking fun. It is super fun. I will be doing a full campaign clear with the build today, so you'll get to see supporting fire very soon. I'd probably already have supporting fire by now if I was playing grenades the whole time. Correct, you can't use the 25% weapon node to buff them. There is a lot of anti-synergy amongst Tactician, unfortunately. But yes, that does not work. Even if you max out the maximum possible presence imaginable, it would never hit them, you know. They have functionally no body to be targeted that way. I wish I had Pounce. I forgot to get Pounce set up. So yeah, in the video guide and in the written guide, I will mention the minion leveling style. I'll probably have like a guide portion for it in the video. I don't know if the written portion will actually have like a full step-by-step how to do the minion initial leveling. Maybe it will. But I'm definitely going to be recommending grenades for most people. But I would say most of this is a skill issue thing. Like a me wanting to go 1,000,000 miles per hour, zoomer brain type thing.
This place is right fancy. Gold is wasted on the beach.
Early Chaos Orb. We take those. And of course, in this area, my minions are going to die all the fucking time to those blood pools. Yeah, I think you just play crossbows for your Act 1, boys. I think you just play crossbows until you do the supporting fire swap. You just save your gold, you vendor everything. It's not hard to just vendor stuff to get gold. Even without vendoring a super lot, I've got probably enough gold to afford the respec, so... You just vendor... And then you swap in Act 2. Very early in Act 2, by the way. Did I fuck up and skip the life boss? I might have. I might have skipped the boss. Nope, he's right here.
First ones, hear our
Not yet.
laments. Sanity recedes ever further. First ones, hear
All I did was
our
touch it. Need a sec. Take this.
I did not mean to swap to my crossbow weapon set there. Okay, now we're waiting for our command skill to reset. That was a misplay on my part, but we did do the weapon swap reposition there to save our minions' lives, so... We're improving as minion player. Grenade just has so much better DPS here at this point, though.
Always did say
Okay.
religion is dangerous.
Ooh, varnish. Not that that matters. Don't think I can use you yet. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I mean, some people, they don't mind minion grenades, but like I don't know what it is about grenades, but like it is anytime I do a build that doesn't play grenades as its core play style, right? So it levels as grenades but then swaps by like Act 2 or something, right? Anytime I do a guide like that, the #1 comment or complaint is is there anything I can play besides grenades to level initially? There are, like, people just fucking hate grenades. More than, like, any other leveling archetype I personally do. I don't know if it's the worst one that people complain about, but I definitely get a lot of, like, please do this on something else. Let me check the vendor. Because what you're ideally looking for is a scepter with minion skills and,
It is good to see. I like to hold on to bits and pieces.
increased spirit. And it needs to be a rattling scepter, because that's the only way you get skeletal warriors. And then you want to find a helmet with minion skills.
Stick to the curve.
Sorry, these are just. I will treasure it. It seems shadows haunt us both.
And then, yeah, like, of course, like, especially if it's someone coming from something like Twisters, where, you know, you don't need to have any fucking passive investment, and it just, like, dumpsters on everything. You know, it can be jarring to play, you know, one of these styles that is kind of dependent on passives. This is bad, boys. Stuck. I'll be dead here. God tier level up timing. Alright, level 13. Really awkward tree. Not the best damage, not the best setup. Let's see how long this Geonor takes. No noose this time.
This time. I'll remove your head myself.
You can bloody well try.
No, archers. Stay away.
Not yet. First one's eye. Is my second. First one's higher.
In a situation where, like, you have the 3 snipers, they're not dying, the damage is respectable towards, like, oh, okay, I don't mind playing this. But there's just, like, I think it's just a playstyle issue. I just dodge roll too much. I get too close to the action, and it's not good for minion play. You really have to keep your minions on a tether. I just lost one of my archers. This asshole killed one of my archers.
Not yet.
No archers! Did you see them run in? I'm never playing a minion build again. I'm never playing a minion build again. They're the worst. They're the worst. That's not true, though. I'll probably play plenty of minion builds again.
As cold as death, of Bael's misery. The pack won't forget. I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
I don't have any minions. They were dead, and then they respawned, and one of them instantly dead. And this is where minions suck. It's like, all of my archers are dead because of this AoE effect, like, you know, randomly splashing them. Yeah. They're about to die again. Try and get them to safety. They're gonna die again, maybe? They all died again. Nope, they're still alive. No, he phased again.
The air grows colder.
I mean, guys, I aware there's many good leveling builds. This is me testing out this one specifically, right? I'm aware there's better stuff to play. League Start prep is about the synths, you know? It's all about the synths. All about the synths. No. He killed my minions again. He killed my minions again. Thy skeletal archer rezzed and they died immediately. And now he's phasing. No! I gotta deal with this phase. With the corrupted blood mechanic. And all my minions are dead. I'm dead. No res. Such is life. Yeah, I'm never playing minions again. I mean, that's not unlucky. That's skill issue for sure. But there was like 4 times my minions just got wiped. And it's just like, well, with no other damage option but gas arrow, you're just like sucking your thumb while they're dead. And that's not fun. And like, they just like randomly like to walk into melee range all the time. Like, stay away! Like right there, why did they feel the need to walk into the leak? Every time.
Not yet.
Stay over here. Oh, they're gonna get blasted. Nope, none of them died though. Only the warriors died. Instant phase. Oh man.
Your pulse quickens.
Wonderful.
The eternal impure. With bloodlust empowered.
And it's just inevitable that the skeletal archers die to the wolf like leaping through, right? Like, he does it so many times that eventually he's gonna just snipe them. And then you like have to wait for them to respawn, and right now I don't have any archers, so it's just kind of like waiting for them to spawn. No, they always chase me into him. I want my fans to know, remember this moment. This stream is the reason why I will never league start minion builds for the rest of eternity. Even if minion builds get exceptional buffs, I will always remember how obnoxious this run was when it comes to just using command skills with them dying all the time. Now, clearly I'm playing it on the wrong side of the tree, but I can't imagine it's much better on the witch side.
You are hunted.
I'm sure it's better. Well, I can't imagine it's much better at this point in the campaign at level 13.
But endured. And how now in tune. No tales were told. None new, none old. And their endless hunger grew as solstice of pain.
Have no archers up. They spawned and one of them, I think, immediately died. Not sure. I think we're good, though. I think we're good, though. Oh, that was a really low. He was, like, slowed and chilled, and I dodge rolled too early and ended up in a bad spot. I think we're about to lose our archers here. We lost 2 of them. 1 of them. Alright, cool. Easy. No big deal. Is Thor's done for good? I don't know if it's done for good, but it's definitely going to be different.
Allow me to clear your mind.
Is Thorn's build good next league? I don't know if it'll be good next league. I don't think it'll be a good league starter. That's for sure. But
Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vest.
Use your shield to block the beams. Yeah, I always forget that you can do that.
Find her. Kill her.
I don't know why I always forget that.
But first,
You're right, though. But,
as you wish.
I mean, that would have made me live that first attempt. That would not have changed how much I hate playing minions for Act 1, at least.
Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
I still think grenades is the play, even if you play like a good player should. But the good news is we are almost to supporting fire, and then all our pain ends.
Stick to the... What have we got?
Alright, do we have a new helmet for us, Renly? Nope.
Till next time.
Do you have a new scepter for us, Una?
It is good to see you.
I mean, that's nice, but no minion skills with spirit.
Another for my collection. Thank you.
Rip.
Be careful.
Okay.
The trail of corruption leads east. The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in catastrophe.
Well, sir.
Let's go.
Ah, Damaric.
What?
First showing my worth, eh?
Need a sec. Need a sec. Need more time.
Another situation where it's just like, man, your minions are dead, you're swarmed by enemies, you're trying to get away with you got fast ones on you, and then when your minions respawn, they're surrounded and they die. There we go. YOLO.
All in a day's work.
Okay. We're almost to the good part, boys. Supporting fire is around the corner.
On the cliff.
I don't know if I can do like a hot drop of my minions over here. And now my command skill's on cooldown, so that's unfortunate. But I think that worked out well. Yeah, a little hot drop where I weapon swap them up here to get them safely away from the ledge and then get them positioned up here. None of them have died yet of my archers. They're gonna die now though, because I can defend them here. Alright, archers are still alive. Alright, they just finally died to that volley there. We're gonna stay over here. So they spawn like off. My archers respawn over here.
Need a sec.
If they respawn. Okay, reposition them. Should be fine from here. Maybe. Well, it's showing that the minion style can work with like the worst possible gear, because I do not have any good gear for it. No extra like bonus minion skills on anything.
This doesn't earn my passage. Nothing will.
Okay. Cool beans. Soon TM. Yeah, we gotta kill the fire boss, then we gotta kill Jamin Ra Part 1. And then, we can go get our ascendancy. We are gunning straight for it. You guys will be able to see the glory of supporting fire very soon.
Who goes there? You make warm nights. Take your time. As you wish.
Still no minion skill helmet.
Goodbye. What?
I will tell your tale. We will craft on that for sure. There's +1 minion skills, but I think that's gonna break our minion count. Oh, I think we're fine actually. We just we can't use Raging Spirit without the extra spirit from this. Unfortunately, I think we still would want the spirit for now, but we will hold on to this. I mean, are you playing Trade League, Tommy? I can guarantee you in Trade League they're gonna be not hard to get.
You have your orders.
Even on League Start. But if you're solo self-bound, you know, you'd have to go to Endgame and farm Ritual for a while. But it's like, unless, you know, a massive creator suddenly starts playing this build, it is not going to like be unaffordable day one. Yeah, you'll be fine. Oh, I was like, what is wrong on my keybinds? I actually removed Flame Wall at one point. That one was definitely on me. That was definitely some skill issue. Supporting fire is just so good for clear. Like, I really like the skeletal archers for single target, but yeah, 100%. The guide's gonna be just. I might not even like. We'll see if I mention the minion stuff in the guide, but it's definitely gonna be set up for crossbows until level 20 when you swap the supporting fire, and then you will change your tree and go full supporting fire. Dead. Is that a safe link that Nameless just linked? Storm Blast? What's Storm Blast? I don't know if I've ever played Storm Blast. I get that, Revel. That's why I was trying to set this up. And, like, if you play slower, this is going to be fine. But for me, as somebody who's just like, look how I'm playing. I'm literally just dodge rolling through everything like a maniac, and, like, my minions are dying constantly for it. This is probably fine if you don't play like an asshole. But I play like an asshole, so... You play this way too? I mean, as you can see, I'm getting through it. You know, like, we're through act to almost supporting fire. I died once to skill issue. You know, so it's not like it's an awful build, but, you know, if you're used to grenades, it's definitely a lot better with grenades. It's just a little bit annoying with all the constantly dead minions. Let me see. Storm Blast. I have no idea. I've never played this build, if it's still viable or not. I've never played Storm Blast Bolts. Can't say for sure, man. Hope so. Well, it's not nerfed, then I don't see why it'd be, Oops, I accidentally swapped to a crossbow. Am I dead? He'll die soon. Hit that spirit. That's not that spirit. Grenades, like, grenades are, like, something you're either gonna like or you're not. A lot of people struggle with, like, the timing of it because, like, you throw them down and they take several seconds to detonate. So, like, you have to be able to, you know, time and predict that. And, you know, if you don't know how to build grenades, they're really bad damage. But, if you can get past that, it's fine. What do you think about all the patch notes? I mean, it's exactly what I expected, you know. There's nothing to me that's, like, blows my mind, except for maybe the Ancestral Totem change. I think the Ancestral Totem change is going to lead to that playstyle being one of the more dominant builds in the meta. Where are the rest of my minions? think all my archers are dead. Oh, only one died. I'm chasing the Zmir Swarm Bow. I think it's gonna be expensive, but we'll see. It's gonna be cool though. I wish you the best of luck. Hey, just curious and wondering why we use rearguard on Ironbound Bowbringer if out of block chances set to 75 via third time. I'm missing something. It sets your block cap to 75%. It just increases your cap. You still have to invest into block chance to get it up to 75%. So, you still gotta invest. Ooh, minion skills helmet, let's go! That's what we needed, baby! That's these two. What bow? Ironbound. This bow. It's the bow I'm league starting on a Warbringer. Oh wait, what one he's talking about in the bow? Sorry, or in chat. Sorry, or the new bow for that one. No, he was definitely talking about your bow, Dester. He was definitely talking, or Tolly. He was definitely talking about your bow. I was talking to someone else on YouTube chat, so there's like multiple crosstalk going on right now.
Blessings. Young one.
Young one.
Another day's water. Who goes there?
All right, so we got 1.5 or 2 more zones to clear, and then we can go get supporting fire. And then this build gets fun.
Welcome.
Time is it? 2 o'clock. Cool. Who do I got DMs from? Oh, I got 4 pings from the people in the Thorns Discord. Sheesh. I'll read those later. Okay. Is there a reliable way to get the new bow early into the league? Yes. You do the league mechanic, you get currency from it, you save that currency, and then you buy it from someone in Trade League.
The Halani gates are fight to the last.
But, like, in all seriousness, Trade League isn't as difficult as a lot of people make it out to be. I have played Thorns on League Start that requires a unique helmet, unique boots, and then you have to, at every bracket, upgrade your Thorns shield, belt, and chest. So you're, like, trading, like, 20 times throughout the campaign. And that's always been affordable and fine. Unless this bow is just giga rare, which I don't think it will be. It's going to have the same rarity as all other bows at that level, and all other items at that level.
Warm nights. You have your orders.
It'll be affordable. There are going to be so many people not starting that bow. Even though it's like a, you know, it's like, oh damn, there's this new thing that's like super specialized. Most people are not playing that bow, so when they get it, they will be looking to sell it. So I genuinely think it's fine. So you don't have to buy those things, Ravel. Mega Nords, yes, that's always a good thing you can scoop. I would honestly say save your currency until late game. Titan Rot is okay, but Titan Rot's really only good when you got the full twink setup going. You got strength rings, you got strength on every piece, you've got, you know, you've got everything for strength stacking. You got Astramentus, right? Like, Titan Rot on its own is going to be fine for the build, but if it's an expensive buy, like which Titan Rot sometimes is on League Start, I would not spend more than an Exalted Orb for it. Because what makes Titan Rot really good for the build when leveling is like when you're doing the full twink setup with Astramentus and whatnot. We don't know if the Act 1 Ritual Farm works. The way the patch notes has phrased it, it says, like, Ritual in Endgame has been updated to only give uniques and omens, and there's no mention of early game Ritual, and that's making a lot of people think there are no changes coming to early game Ritual, so we don't even know if that Act 1 farm is going to be any good.
Not yet.
Or work, you know, the way we were hoping. Which is the case sometimes in life. Oh, I just lost one of my archers. Or two of my archers. They decided to follow me to hug Babalas, and then one of them spawned and instantly got ballisted. Aton! Hunde! Hunde! Where is she? Which build are you playing right now? Supporting Fire, yeah. I'm doing one final practice run for Supporting Fire. Just so I can, like, make sure I have enough footage for the video guide tomorrow. And, like, finish the mobalytics. And then I have, like, a video I can link to with people, like, if they want to play the minion variant. Oop, I'm dead. Yapping too much, dodge rolling the stuff. Alright. Almost to Supporting Fire. Any ideas of making Thorns work for Totem? I don't think it would work. There's no interaction there. Unless they added, like, a brand new interaction that specifically worked with Thorns and Totems, but if you put, like, Thorn stuff into Totems, it would not work because the Thorns Totems, like, you would need a way to give your allies or your, like, Totems your Thorns damage, which you can't do, so. Totem builds definitely are a big win this patch. You are absolutely right there.
All these statues still just as dead. What was the point?
Totems definitely one big, but will Thorns Totems be a thing? Unless there's specifically something brand new we haven't seen added that supports Thorns Totems, no. It's level 18 for those gems.
No room.
Don't care about one.
Need a sec. Not yet.
I mean, I think the prize pain changes are gigabait, and literally no one is going to be capable of convincing me otherwise. Will there be prize pain builds that exist and do a thing? For sure. but it is not... it is not the direction I want Thorns to go in. I think it is really shit designed for Thorns. I think there's better ways to solve that problem. But B, in the current, like, Thorns build archetype, we don't have room for prize pain, like... But, prize pain would need to be, like, way higher percentage for me to consider even wanting to use it. But, in general, even if it was 100% chance, like, I don't want that for Thorns. I think it's a really bad direction for the design of Thorns. So, for me, like, whether it's good or functional or not, it's not something I want to do, because... To me, the whole thing about Thorns is you have to take damage to deal damage. And I don't like normal Thorns in most games because that's literally the only way you can do damage, is you have to be a, like, damage sponge, and there's no audio attack variants. But then there's, like, versions like Diablo 3 Thorns where you're just basically doing an auto attack build, where you don't ever have to take damage to deal damage, it's just a way you scale your attack damage. And I hate that too. The reason why I've liked Thorns in PoE 2 is because they made it to where you have to take damage to deal damage. Barbs and bursts demand that you take damage to activate them. And then you can dump your damage via auto attacks. And that is really good design for Thorns, in my opinion. And this is Diablo 3 Thorns. If you are doing prize pain Thorns, and you're actually doing, like, you're trying to get 100% chance on it to affect, to where you never have to do reflect damage, at that point, it's not Thorns. It is a prize pain attack build. Which I find very boring. It's not something I'd want to play. And if you're talking about using it as, like, a fix for those moments where it's like, oh shit, this boss never triggers Thorns, what do I do? Yes, you could use that in a weapon swap scenario or gear swap scenario, or use it to solve that, but I think that is, like, the laziest and, like, worst way to solve that problem. I think there's, like, way better ways they could have gone to try and, like, give us ways to proc barbs and bursts without taking damage. But in general, like, if you were to play rituals with 3 prize pains, I just don't see it being comparable to any of the current Thorns builds, and I don't see it being comparable to any of the normal attack-based builds. Its only real function I see is if you are playing normal Thorns and you're fighting a mob that's like, oh shit, I literally can't proc Thorns right now, you swap that ring on so you can kill the mob. And that is, like, the use case I see for it, for me. But I very much, like, clearly have a fundamental issue with how it's being designed that makes me not like that playstyle. You know, if you want to play a prize pain build, fuck yeah, go for it. I don't think it's going to be an improvement for Thorns as, like, a part of the core kit. Because, like, if you just want to, like, leave it on at all times, like, one of them, sure. But that's going to be, like, such a whatever ad for the bill. But again, I very much enjoyed the fact that part of the theme of it was taking damage to deal damage, and we'll see how it plays out. In general, like, prize pain is, like, it's a win for Thorns for this patch. I might be dead here. Caught in a bad rock dodge roll. Can I squeeze through? No! Overall, prize pain is probably a net upgrade for Thorns. Would a pure prize pain build where you're wearing 3 of them and getting 100% chance be better than a normal Thorns build? I seriously do not think so. Will Price Pain work its way into a single slot on some Thorns builds? Maybe. I have way bigger issues with Thorns this patch, though. I think there are way bigger problems. Is why I'm not playing it. You know. Like, we lost Stag Talisman, which was a bunch of Thorns crit. I'm waiting for my minions to respawn. Oh, I had turned them off at one point. No wonder I'm a bum at this fucking game, you guys. I don't know how that even happened.
For the king! America will fall! Bye-bye!
Rip my archers. Oh, they don't die to that. Cool.
America will fall by my hand!
Guys, we're going straight for supporting fire after this. And then the best fun happens. The best fun. It's not just fun, guys. It's the best fun. Y'all don't even know. Man, y'all don't even know the best fun yet. Y'all don't even know. But soon. Someone told me you can, like, stand over here to avoid the damage or something. I think it might have been Sour, I don't remember. I mean, it depends on the player you are. If your friend is somebody who, like, for me, as someone who's put, like, 1,000+ hours into this game's endgame, with the new endgame coming, I want to be able to play the entire endgame. If your friend doesn't give a fuck about being able to, like, A, efficiently, like, clear the endgame quickly, but B, like, if he's okay, like, getting stuck at, like, tier 1 or tier 2 bosses, fuck yeah, tell your friend to go for it. It'll be more than fine to, like, do that. But, you know, if he's somebody that's, like, you know,
as you wish.
giga sweaty and likes to zoom,
I'll unburden you.
you know, that build's not going to be that. I can guarantee you it's not going to be that. He's done 2 maps in 1.0. I mean, if he's never even, like, really done endgame, he's not going to be able to play the build he's wanting to play. It'll be functionally hard to play Price Pain throughout the campaign very well. But, hey, best of luck to him. I'm sure he'll have some fun. It'll be fucking wonk. But that build, it definitely ain't coming online until endgame. That's for show. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Don't let that sway him. You know, let him have his fun. But you know, you're talking about a build that you're gonna want like 3 uniques for, and you're gonna want corruption rolls for them. So like, how hard are those gonna be to get during the campaign? You know, Path of Duty versus Arbiter 38-second build. What is this? Oh, it's loud. I don't know if you guys could hear that. Why is Twitter so fucking loud? What is this, armor, or what is this, is this crossbow shot? That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. Crossbow shot is fucking, it can chunk. Does he have a ninja? Yeah, I don't know why I clicked that link, but when Twitter opened it, it just was blasting loud. I'm sorry, guys. That's a cool build. Is that your build, Zerk, or is that someone else's build?
I wonder if by marriage
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to blow your eardrums.
a man can hope.
I didn't mean to blow your eardrums. Okay, so this is, again, so I'm level 18. Some people do not like to do their ascendancy this early. They skip Babala and they get it like level 26. You can swap whenever you want. But at this point, after you kill this boss and you get supporting fire, as you can see here, I still don't have the passives to get like the important command skill stuff. So you probably wouldn't swap off of crossbows if you're playing crossbows until like level 26-ish, I'm guessing. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty cool build. For sure. I'm glad you showed me. Oh, it's on Abyssal Lich? Of course it fucking is. Of course it is. Hate Forge. Alpha's Howl. Yep. I mean, this is a cool build for sure. This might make it on my build of the week on the podcast, so that's a cool. Thanks for showing me that, Zerk. I definitely love that kind of build. You know me well. So in late game, yes, AA, there is a support gem called Muster, which it gives you more damage for the skill it's in per each unique minion type you have. During the campaign, you know, you put your spirit wherever you want, probably, mainly skeletal snipers. But at some point, you want one of every type of these Reservoir's persistent minions for that. So you'll literally get one of each one. And at that point, you don't need, like, the supplementary damage of minions. Hey, Letter Minosuke. Thanks for hanging out.
I will serve. Goodbye.
This better be worth it.
Alright, bear back real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay. Let's get supporting fire. As I take double damage instantly, you know? Oh, I'm level 18. Oh, I already did my levels. Whatever, gem, yeah. Oh, I got damage there. I didn't go piss. I washed my hands. I was snacking on a beef jerky earlier and my fingers were feeling greasy. And it had been bothering me this whole time. So I'm going out of my way to take a lot of extra damage, like a boom. I really wanted that to hit bonus spirits. I don't think we can use it still. Yeah, we can't. Not the way we want to, you know? Hourglass trial, okay. So when you first get supporting fire, it is awesome, but what's crazy is it gets so much better, like, very quickly, and, like, it has amazing power spikes all the time. When you first get it, it's got a fairly long cooldown. It's still really good at clearing, but you can't maintain it. It's got about a 50% uptime. But, like, within, like, that's only that happens because we're getting it at level 18. By the time you're level 30, you have so much cooldown recovery for it that it has pretty close to permanent uptime. And then when you have the skeletal archers benefiting from the command skill, your single target is just so good. And then the way supporting fire works is because it's an ascendancy skill, it gets its sockets when you level up. So just throughout the campaign, you get these little treat moments where it's like, ooh, I get +1 skill slot now. And those are just big damage moments too. It was a beef boy being fire resistant. Now we have still yet to get a level 2 support gem. Your first one you get and your second one you get both go into biting or bidding 1, which gives us cooldown recovery and more damage. So the moment you get your first support gem for this act, it is a massive damage increase. I don't actually know where the first guaranteed one is. I'm sure we skipped it. I'm sure there was one we could have gotten by now. I'm really bad at knowing the campaign rewards. I also never got Pounce. I meant to get Pounce. Never got Pounce. Such a dang noob.
Stand tall.
Oh, damn. So you can get one, like, right away. Like, right away in Act 2, so... Definitely could have had it. Had one by now, but yeah. It's 20% increased cooldown recovery and 20% increased damage. More damage, excuse me. So, it ends up being very significant for both... whatever it's called. Supporting fire and skeletal archers command skill.
A great challenge overcome.
Alright, this boss might be annoying with this DPS. Hopefully we get lucky on a good boon. I mean, that's a good boon. That's a good boon, that's a good boon. None of those really increased our damage, but... we'll be fine. No, Act 3 is level 3 supports. Every act you go up a support gem quality level. Or support gem level. Act 1 is level 1 supports, Act 2 is level 2 supports, Act 3 is level 3 supports, Act 4 is level 4 supports. And interludes, I believe, is when you start seeing Act 5. Or level 5 gems. Which I'm sure that'll translate over to, Act 5.
That was close.
I'm going straight for the command skill. YOLO.
A moment of rest.
Alright, boost time.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
No, my minions are stuck.
Stand clear.
Maybe that's fine.
Not yet.
Maybe that means they can't die. I accept this. I accept this outcome. Kill the boost. Kill the boost.
Need a sec.
Beware of the burst.
Beware of the burst.
Out for the slam.
Look out. No, I teleported my minions inside by getting too far from the entrance. No.
Beware of what falls.
Alright, our DPS was actually pretty fine there. Alright, supporting fire time, boys. The fun begins. Less complaining.
Greetings.
Alright, give me that Tactician. Give me that supporting fire. Give me that supporting fire. For now, I don't have a support gem for it, so we're gonna slap in fire attunement and probably nothing until I get a new support gem. I should have had one by now, but I'm stupid and bad.
Gotta find.
All right, let's go. Okay, at this point I can probably turn off Raging Spirits. I don't think I need it anymore, and I'm gonna run 4 skeletons. Didn't mean to go hideout.
Finally. Place to put my feet up.
You young one. Do not wander. Goodbye. Hello. Don't spoil your appetite. Stay in sight.
You might as well put it in there since it's got nothing. All right, to Keith. Hey, what's up, Yuri? All right, so keep in mind, this is when it's at its worst. We do not have Bidding 1, which makes its cooldown shorter, and then we are very close to getting 40% increased cooldown recovery right here, and an additional 20% cooldown recovery here, plus a bunch of damage. The damage is going to be fine for now, but this build, because the skill becomes insane when you basically have 100% uptime for it. And you're going to see by the end of Act 2, it goes to basically 100% uptime, and that's when it really kicks in. But even now, it's pretty fun. And one thing, if you've never played supporting fire, it is very weird in 2 aspects. Well, this aspect and how you scale it. There's only really 2 ways you can scale it. One, through the minion tag. It only has the minion tag. It's not a projectile, it's not an attack, it's not a spell, it doesn't have a channel or anything. It is purely a minion tag. So one of the only ways you can scale its damage is through anything that directly scales minion, which is very unique in this game. Usually there's like 2 to 3 ways you can scale something. This only has the minion tag. So being a tactician, that's why it's like kind of awkward. You don't really get minion stuff until you get over here. But the other way you scale it is through its strength and dex. You get 1% increased damage per your 1 strength, and you get 1% increased area of effect per 3 dex. That's why a lot of this route I've been putting nodes into strength to get ready to increase the damage, and why you've seen me put some into dex. But once we have these minion command nodes, then it's about focusing stuff down here. Armor stacking, getting more strength, stuff like that. And that, like on League Start, you can get stuff like Astromendus to really increase its stacks. Obviously, when you look at something like this, stat stacking becomes very appealing, which the Mercenary class is perfect position to do. But just on League Start and whatnot, it's hard to abuse this portion of the scaling. I've tried many different ways. With Twink Gear, specifically Twink Gear, you can play stat stacking out the gate, but that requires Astromentis from the start. That requires Titan Rot from the start. Getting those on League Start is very unlikely. It's going to be expensive as well. So you can play focus around this, but only as your first or as your second character usually. The best way to, if you want Supporting Fire to be the star of the show, is to book it straight for these nodes up here. Nothing is more important than just getting the cooldown spammable, which is what these nodes do. Is you make the cooldown spammable. So that is your #1 thing. So that's why it's an awkward start. You either play crossbows, you get these passives here and here, and then whenever you can get to these nodes, you spend your gold to respect, or you just kind of path over here and you slowly get there. Sorry for the quick ramble session, but I know a lot of people are considering starting this, and I wanted to explain it. But this is the skill. Again, right now, it is not the best cooldown, but it will be a lot better very soon. But it essentially clears the entire screen of enemies, and that's with very little dex investment right now. Once you get up to like 600 dex, it's clearing a screen and a half away, and whenever you have it completely min-max, you can like drop it, sprint, and like drop a new one while you're still on the cloud of another one. It's like, it is super chill. But early on, you know, with minimal investment, the cooldown is just a little bit too short. But as you can see, my clear is infinitely better than it just was by using only the minions. And it's still not that awkward. There's just this little 4-second window where it's like, I'm not casting anything. That goes away very shortly, as you guys will see. I need to get the support gem because the big misplay that I didn't get that first support gem, because bidding 1 helps a lot. You could take these 2 nodes here if you wanted to, just for 25% increased minion damage, and then respec out of them once you're closer to this, which is what I'll do. Are there any other nodes near the command cooldown that would be needed that can't be grabbed from Wild Surge? I believe the only thing that can't be grabbed from Wild Surge is at your command, but maybe it can. I think most of... Oh, and you can't get Growing Swarm. So, I have played variations of this build where I do get a Wild Surge incantation from nothing. So it can work, but you still at that point have to anoint, I think, Growing Swarm. But you can get a lot of this stuff, which is nice. Yes, I have done from nothing. It's not a bad option. It's not a bad option at all when you get to late game. But from here, it's just like, it's already just got infinitely better. You saw that boss kill time was like much faster because we were able to stack up the forced gas arrows, and then the supporting fire damage is good. But we don't even have the right support gems in it right now. So it's just going to get better and better. And the cool thing about supporting fire, which I will be showing today, I'm going to be streaming until we clear at minimum Act 4, but probably the interludes and some maps. we have a lineage support gem for this build. It's called Kurgel's Leash. It is very good, and you can actually use it at level 25. You're like leveling this as a second character. You can like buy it and like play it from like basically shortly from now. But you can actually self-farm it. It drops from Abyss Wells, and it can drop from the chest at the end of an Abyss Well. And in Act 4 in Nugaku, one of the areas has an abyss with a guaranteed well in it. And you can reset that zone and keep farming that well, which I will do today. I will self-farm my own Kurgel's Leash today on stream. And then once you have that, it is such a massive damage spike. Like, there's just all these little moments, like, where this build actually ends up, like, having these big power spikes that are solo self-bound friendly. It's a fun build. There we go. Finally got the level 2 support gem. So, this is what I was talking about. In supporting fire, you're going to put Bidding 1. It gives you 20% increased cooldown recovery, so I can use it more. And then, you get 20% more damage, which is obviously very good. And when we can, we're going to put Lightning Attunement instead, so we can get us some shot. Anything better for chest piece after Brass Dome nerf? Brass Dome didn't get nerfed. They're like adjusting the bases of the like uniques. It like looks like it got nerfed, but from my understanding, it's not actually going to be nerfed. But I don't even know if like armor stacking is the play. That's what I've got the guide set up for right now, is armor stacking. You know, armor evasion might be the play. Or pure evasion, who knows? We'll have to see what the defenses end up looking like. I'm guessing it will be armor or armor EV. But there's like Moriors. Moriors is a very good chest. I could see you slipping in Moriors for this build. But they changed a lot of like the armor EV bases. And then they changed a lot of... I love supporting fire for this part, by the way. Watch this. Goodbye. Goodbye. I want to put bidding into... And again, this is the skill at its worst. It gets spammable, and then its damage just gets better, and its AoE gets better. So, if you needed a... if you needed an advertisement for playing supporter fire, that is the build... that is the skill at its absolute worst, when you've gotten it at level 21 with limited support for it. It only gets better. Bigger AoE, more damage, and more cooldown spamming. Highly recommend this build for League Start. Oops. That was really bad of me. You see how, like, the damage is just so much better, like, across the board? It's just, like, the moment you get to this point, the skeletal archers turn online, and then supporting fire is just supplementary damage. Is just so good. Like, I'm almost permanently spamming gas arrow with 4 archers with bidding 1.
Gotta stay quick on my feet.
Still locked on Bowbringer after the patch notes? Yes, I am. How's it going, Bricky?
I'll do as you ask, my lady.
I am indeed locked in. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, finally got Pounce back on my bar. Don't need you, don't need you. We still need you, we still want you, we still want you. We're not gonna use Raging Spirits again. I'll hold on to it just in case. I might flip it on at some point when I have an awkward amount of spirit, but probably not using it again. Okay. Another level 2 support gem. I want to do lightning attunement this time. This will give us a chance to shock right now with that. And then I'll put fire attunement in you for now.
Here we are. I'll ask Shambrin about this one.
All right. I did not know that. I always go Keth first because I want the passive skills right away. That's why I've always done... Like, I've literally always done Keth first because you get passive skill points immediately. Like, you just go there, you kill that lady, boom, 2 passive skill points. I don't think I've ever once done Mastodon Badlands first, so I didn't know it would drop a different level of gem.
Better take cover!
Yeah, that's what AA was telling me in my YouTube chat, was that if I did Mastodon first, it would give you a level 7 gem from her. And yeah, I've literally never done it that way, so I didn't even know that was a thing. I think you convinced me to play Bowbringer as well. Let's go! Welcome! Welcome to the Bowbringer Brigade. It's gonna be fun. Like, I guarantee you it's gonna be fun. Will it be the best bow bill on the market? Nah. Will it be good enough to clear everything? Probably. But it's definitely going to be fun as fuck. I don't know if Blood Mage will be dead. Like, it's very common that, like, a lot of these nerfs look bad on paper, but feel fine afterwards. To me, I'm always somebody that, like, I don't understand the math behind any of it anyway. So it's like, I have to play with it to know, for me to truly understand. I seriously doubt Blood Mage is dead. I think the Leech nerfs we're probably overacting a bit on, but definitely Leech might be in a rough spot. We'll have to see. It's definitely scary, but I don't think, like, anything's going to be dead. Because there's just so many other ways you can play those archetypes, too. I think it's going to be good.
Ready the artillery! Not yet.
Not really, Breeze. No, I've never done what you're talking about, so... That's the reason why I'm not doing it. Did they nerf minions and plus levels? I don't think so. I didn't see any of the changes specifically name plus minions. And in specific situations, plus minions got buffed. So... Darn. But I think they nerfed, like, melee and projectiles and attack stuff. I don't think I saw a... Well, like, in some ways, yeah, plus, like, Vertex, like, as a whole, if you ever use the Vertex, that got reworked. To being curse skills only, I believe, so... But I've never actually played a Vertex build myself. So I don't really, like, that nerf, like, I don't give a fuck about. The helmet was dumb. I don't like items like that. Did I ever get my second thing? I didn't.
It's getting rather ugly around here. Smells like necromancy.
I think they're just trying to rebalance the curve for those archetypes so they're less dependent on them. Like, I'm sure there are ways they're, like, compensating for it, but... Like, in general, they needed to squish down, like... With specifically, like, so, like, the difference Breeze, in my mind, from a build maker's perspective, and why, like, there's a power difference, is... With a two-handed staff, you can get, like, a bunch of spell levels, right? But you can't dual-wield two-handed staffs with Giant's Blood. Versus a two-handed mace, you can dual-wield with Giant's Blood. So when those were at +7... on a base level, you know, they're not as overpowered as a staff is with the equal amount of spell levels to it. But when you take into account that you can dual wield them for +14 gem levels, then that's where the balance issue's a little bit skewed. So I think why specifically melee weapon or martial weapons were, at least for two-handed melee weapons, were targeted was because of Giant's Blood dual wielding. As for why crossbows and bows were nerfed, I don't play those archetypes enough to know. I got no dog in the fight.
I walked into this one.
All of my skeletons already died. Luckily, supporting fire does something on its own now. Would you sit still, you frickin' dweeb? I definitely played this fight bad. I didn't get a single ignite up at any point. That led to good damage. My minion just kept dying. There we go. Did I get the, I did get the thing. Okay, we're almost there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 passes away, and if I respect out of those, it'd be 2 passes away. So almost there.
No room.
Again, I was just offering a reason to his question, why the other things got nerfed and staves didn't. I was just trying to give a reason as to why, you know. The difference with, at least from my perspective, with two-handers is Giant's Blood. But that doesn't mean that it didn't deserve a nerf, you know.
Here, have this useless gold.
Stay in sight.
Oh, I wanted to use a gem for something. Oh, right. I don't think I have enough for it. Yeah, fuck. I fucked up. Okay, I'll remember to get it next. Let's put Ignite 1 back in for now. Okay. Next area. Any changes in Thorns in the patch notes? I mean, yeah. The Leech nerfs, like, there's a lot. I posted a video on my YouTube channel today. You should go check it out, Fairy. I go over all the details kind of more in depth. But Thorns could be fine, but on paper, it's definitely going to be nerfed and different. Probably fine. But I'm not willing to league start it. I mean, I agree with what you just said, Breeze. I have no clue. Yeah, there's a lot of big nerfs for Thorns in the patch. We also don't know. We don't know if it's taken away last one. We just know it's no longer on Stag Idol. With them adding, you know, 100 new runes, right? Like maybe they just like moved it to one of the new Kalgurin runes. But that's the hopium of the Thorns Discord. I am currently operating under the assumption that it's gone because it was fucking busted. It made getting 100% critical hit chance just stupid easy. So I could see it being like a Kalgurin rune that's like limit 1 per now or something like that, but I don't remember. Forgot to check when I did. But yeah, I think it's just gone. But yeah, the Leech nerfs are a big question mark. Again, I'm sure the build is still fine and functional. But... And, like, you know, we could be overreacting to the Leech changes, but I do believe that we were abusing a lot of what made the Leech changes good in, like, really juice maps. Like, you're not going to be able to do Giga Abyss as easily. You're not going to be able to AFK Simulacrum as easy. Because when AFK Simulacrum, you're leeching from, like, 30 Thorns procs at a time. And now you can't do that. So I'm sure that aspect of it is nerfed. But, you know, again, we could be doing it a little too early. Thorns Leech could be just fine, but there's other things. Like, fast metabolism was huge for Leech builds, right? Like, that's completely gone. We're also losing the 20% instant Leech from Voracious, or whatever that node was called. So, it's rough. It looks rough for the style, for the Leech style. There could be, like, the point where, like, armor stacking is so good that you just have to pressure flask, you know, consistently, and you'll be fine. Or you get a little bit of recoup, and you're fine, right? Like, in that aspect, everything could be okay. It's still probably a functional build through Tier 1 and Tier 2 difficulty content. But I would just say at first glance, it looks like the Leech playstyle is Deaderino Cappuccino. Yeah, I mean, supporting fire is just... It's just the entire time, you know? Except the AoE just gets bigger and the damage gets to the point where you don't ever have to use minions to help your damage. Was that the last one? I think so. Did that turn in the hands? I did. Yeah. I mean, like, it's just... It's too hard to know like where it's going to be at, because like I believe we were truly abusing a lot of what made Thorns good or Leech good. But again, yeah, there's just a lot of unknowns going into this patch. It's possible Thorns is better than it ever has been, you know, but I can't really know that without having played it. I'm pretty bad at like understanding how something's gonna fully influence the game just from reading numbers. I don't know what to do with Chronomancer this league. Any ideas? I have no idea. The changes are definitely weird. It just seems like Chronomancer is going to be a good generic caster archetype, so you could probably do anything you want. Flame Blast, Incinerate, Lightning Spells, probably an attack build too, if you wanted to play an attack build and like go play Maces or Face Breakers. I'm sure all will be fine. Hell yeah, Witch Hunter for the win. Yeah, I'm locked in on Bowbringer. I am 100% locked in on Bowbringer.
Shy. Ready the artillery.
He's like not getting ignited at all. No, I just ignited myself by standing there. I was like so tunnel visioned on just trying to get him ignite. I was like, why is he not getting hit by the flame wall? I wasn't even watching what attack he was doing.
Oh, shy.
I think I got an archer trapped outside too.
Need a sec.
There we go. Now we got him ignited.
Need more time.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Need more time.
Thought I was cooked for sure.
I mean,
That's right.
it's impossible to know without playing it what's better. Like, the increased armor break effects aren't, like, a given for the build, you know? Especially in late game when you're jewel stacking, you've got, like, really good breach rings, like...
Who goes there?
But they're not a given, in my opinion. They're nice, but there are so many other scaling effects that are, like, equally better. Projectile speed and rage are more of a priority for sure, in my opinion. Two. But it's also not done, so...
Hello, here we are. Here, have this useless gold.
I'm shit at this game. I knew something felt off. Put the wrong fucking gem in there. But yeah, I haven't updated the Bowbringer in like 5 days because I've been trying to finish this build, so.
Hello. Right, of course. Stay in sight.
Let's try that out. Let's see what's...
Let's try something else.
Cool. Starting to get some cooldown recovery, right?
It is time. You have your orders.
Alright. More killing enemies.
Slaves. These Mariketha give House Kato a run for its money. So, that's what true power feels like.
I am.
But, oh, sorry, I just read the last part of what you said, Red Flare. Red Dragon. I don't know if you're still here. It does affect, as a Warbringer, it does affect all types. It's imploding impacts. It specifically makes all damage types benefit from armor break. It's not like a bad option depending on where we're at, but most of the time, especially like preemptively, with my builds, I like to like lean into defenses and offenses. Like if we don't need as much defensive stuff as I have like taken, then you know we slot that into armor break stuff. But priority wise, especially like when you're talking like with Jewel, how much value Jewels have in late game, you know, I didn't really leave room for a from nothing there. So like there might be a from nothing setup that like you have to make room for, but when it comes to increased damage when armor break or increased effective armor break, it is lower on the totem pole than rage scaling, and it's lower than projectile speed scaling. I don't believe either projectile speed or rage was nerfed in the patch notes. So in terms of the most bang for your buck, you invest into those two first, and then it would be armor break after that, I believe, as our like third damage scaling thing. Which we might be doing that with like weapon set passives. I'm not sure. But yeah. Very possible. Very possible it does make its way in. But I would not say it's like 100% something you make room for. Especially like when you take into account specifically this area right here. If you've ever used Against the Darknesses, they give you stats based off of either small passives or notable passives in their range. And some of them can be really good, like you gain extra damage as lightning, or extra damage as fire, or spirits, or strength. Like specifically strength and dex, you know. Like there's like really good things you can get from these things. And this location here has 8 notables in range, right? So like, you know, that could be a big chunk of passives if we like end up putting one here, which right now we're not, but you never know. But there's a lot of ways where you can scale damage in late game that I could potentially see you just not making room for the armor break stuff because of that. How does supporting fire work? Never tried it before, but always wanted to try a minion tactician. It works very simply. You have Death from Above as a skill, And when you click it, it'll throw a flare on the ground. And then arrows rain in around that flare. And that is how it works. Alright. So now here, we're probably going to take the 20% increased damage, the 40% increased damage with command skills, just to make both gas arrow and supporting fire do 40% increased damage. Huge buff. And then after that, it's going to be 5 more points to get the growing swarm, which will give us more area of effect as well as more cooldown. And at this point, the skill is going to be pretty spammable. But as you can see here, it's already kind of spammable. And it's just going to get faster. Wait till you get bidding 3, which is 80% cooldown recovery. Then you actually get permanent uptime.
Precarious job, this one.
It scales off of strength and dexterity. So you stat stack. Oh. This was just a dead end. Yep. Specifically says right here. Increase damage from strength and then increase area effect from dexterity. So you stack like a bunch of minion skills and like random minion like cooldown reduction stuff. But then otherwise you're just stat stacking. And if you get enough dexterity, it'll be like clearing off screen pretty easily. Which it already kind of almost clears off screen. And then with like more strength, you know, it just does more damage. So, ends up being really fun. Let me go to town real quick. First, let me change this to be wolf form default. Wrapping up your practice, Kyle? Yeah, this is the last day I'm playing supporting fire. We're not wrapping up. You know, I'm going to be streaming for at least another 3 hours, probably. I'm going to finish the campaign this run. But this is the last of my supporting fire practice. And then from here, it's Bowbringer practice every day. We might do a... like, people want me to put together the Thorns guide update, even though I'm not playing it, and just take a guess. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. I think I'm just gonna be like, sorry. Because it's just too much of a risk. Nope, I got interrupted when I got stunned. That's the one bad thing. But that's getting buffed this patch. Where you're like getting a little bit more movement speed when you're casting these skills. But this skill is just so damn fun. You're just literally, at this point, again, it's still not even at its best. We still only have 2 support gems. We don't have any stat stacking with it. But it's still just run, drop, supporting fire. Run, drop, supporting fire. Run, drop, supporting fire. I mean, I have, like, you literally get every minion in the game because you scale off of muster. So you literally get every single minion at some point. Every single minion that influences muster. So yes, you add Frostmate, yes, you add Brute, you get all of them. You get the Infernal one. You literally get every minion you can get. just because muster is one of the best ways to scale supporting fire. I believe it's 7% more damage per individual summoning reservation minion reviving something or another. I don't know. I don't know how it's actually worded. But essentially, it's like all the summonal skills. You can do Spectre once, so you can get one Spectre. You can, and then you can get like one of every other thing. So it's like Skeletal Warrior, Cleric, Brutes, Reavers. Like, you literally get one of every minion.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the Paladin is nigh.
I don't think it counted as in your presence when you were riding it. I can't remember, though. Either way, that build's dead as fuck. But, yeah, I can't remember. Honestly. My minion's dead. They got splattered.
Ready the artillery! Time blasted bone monsters!
Okay. I mean, as you can see, like, the pace of, like, the clear has just completely changed since getting supporting fire. It's just, like, once you get it online, it's just immediately fun.
Fight to the last.
And, there is a few bugs. I will show you guys one bug you have to overcome, up ahead. Specifically on, it happens on Jamenraw and, Trial Master. Specifically.
Whatever you say, boss.
But, like, look how good this is in Dreadnought. Like, it makes Dreadnought so free. Because you can, like, cast it, like, forward in front of you, right? So, like, if you just, like, click over here, like, you're clearing a platform away. It's really awesome. Now, it does have line of sight moments like this, but then, you know, you're at this point, again, I'm still not even at maximum. I don't even have bidding 2, you know, let alone bidding 3. But it's already, like, pretty close to spammable, and it's about to get more spammable, so... What's my lightning res? 20. Okay, 3 more points until the last major passive node we're getting. Any synergy with Watch, how I do it? No. Unfortunately, there is a lot of anti-synergy with this build within Tactician. The pin stuff does not work with supporting fire. The totem stuff doesn't work with supporting fire. The presence weapon stuff doesn't work with supporting fire, and the banner stuff doesn't work with supporting fire. You are essentially forced into taking supporting fire first, and then you take a solid plan, or you take polish that gear. Now, I already, like, I'm one of the few people that actually like stay light, use cover, and polish that gear, especially when I'm taking when I'm armor stacking and I go something like glancing blows. If you don't take stay light, use cover, and just armor stack with glancing blows, it ends up being a pretty good defensive layer. But you're pretty much forced into this node here, and then going up here. Because, yeah, they're never in range to be used by banners, they're never in your presence to get this, and they have nothing to do with totems. This does not apply to your minions. Well, I don't know if this applies to your minions, but projectile damage builds pin, and this isn't a projectile. So that just straight up doesn't work with supporting fire. Am I dead? I just sprint stunned myself. We're fine. And here we are comfortably clearing 5 levels under, you know. Solo self-found with really bad gear, honestly. We haven't gotten good shit. I should go vendor check real quick.
Speak up. I've got some trinkets.
See, the +2 minion skills is awesome with the increased spirit, but that means we don't have any, Ooh, I'm gonna fucking buy it, YOLO.
Another day's water.
We don't have any skeletal warriors, but we're not using muster right now, so it's not like the end of the world.
I hear
It does
you
kind
need
of
to
suck
rush.
a little bit on certain bosses, but we're mainly using them for bosses at this point. So I'm down to try it out. That gets me... Raging Spirit or a Force Sniper. We're gonna do a Force Sniper for now. That was probably better for Raging Spirits. Okay, unfortunately we will not have the final cooldown recovery node for the boss. Alright, so on Jamin Raw specifically, if you're somebody that's going to be playing this build on League Start, when you get knocked down to Phase 2, it will put supporting fire to where it's unusable. And the only way to fix it is the weapon swap. You'll see it happen, and yeah, you just have to weapon swap back and forth.
You'll find my king far more capable than Count Gianor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
The second of the Emperor. Bow before your king.
Bear take cover!
You are finished.
For my people!
He killed all my archers. Rude ass boy.
Of the desert!
We're running out of time. End this.
Yeah, the archers help a lot with the single target.
What are you doing?
That's why it gets really comfy at this point, because you're using supporting fire purely for AoE, so it doesn't matter if they're dying all the time on clear. And then you help, they give supplementary DPS on the boss. Alright, you can see down here, I can't, there's literally, impossible to cast supporting fire. You gotta weapon swap back and forth, and it'll reset the cooldown. It's an unfortunate, annoying bug, but I'll make sure it's noted in the guide, but yeah, it's just a thing. Whoa, I almost blew that big old bomb. I'm actually not consistently able to go through all 4 charges, so I feel like, whatever. It's not like SRS would be adding anything here. But yeah. My complaints about the minions were for, like, the early game. At this point, you obviously want the skeletal archers. This is when it's great, but pre-supporting fire, you should play grenades, I feel. And then at this point, you play the full minion build.
It is done. The war.
I don't want to think about inventory right now. I guess we should ID all this stuff. Oh, he's over here being a bozo.
Go on then. I like to know who I'm working for.
You're right. I have not. I am a god or whatever.
Sorry, mate.
What? Oh, right. Here, have this useless gold. Use it well. I will tell your tale.
Alright, Act 3, boys. Let's blast it.
Welcome. Yes, and
The beast has grown too powerful.
Alright. Be right back real quick. Okay, I am back. One thing we didn't talk about, which got updated in the patch notes today, was,
Back to walking, I suppose.
Better take cover!
we got confirmation that you can upgrade uniques, below level 55 in Act 3. So for the Ironbound build, that's pretty massive for us. If we can actually afford to upgrade it in Act 3, and we choose to upgrade Ironbound, that is massive for the build in terms of, like, just progressing the campaign as well as early endgame. So, big dub there. But I'm curious about you guys. What are you most excited from the patch notes specifically? Don't say, like, something general like the breach. But we already knew it was, like, give me something specific from the notes that was revealed that, like, was like, yes, this is a win for my build, or something you didn't know was coming. Like, another one I want to give as an example, like the totem stuff. Dude, this damage is nice. We got some nice-ass damage now. The example I want to talk about was... Oh, the Halani Gate skip's good. The one I wanted to talk about was... Well, the totem one is cool, but I want to talk about... They finally unbound sprint from dodge roll. Snipe and eye shot nerf. Fub whining. Is Fub upset? Rip. Yeah, the separate sprint and dodge roll bind is sick. Hey, man. Just come play Ironbound, Fub. It's the future of the bow meta. Trust. Trust. I've never been baited by weird new things. Alright, one more level, and then we get Growing Swarm. And then from there, it's either just defensive stuff or, like, more minion damage stuff. But at this point, I like to leave it into, like, stat stacking and defenses. I don't like Glass Cannon builds, but you can absolutely go pure Glass Cannon with this build because look at its AoE. Like, what's going to hit you except for, like, boss fights? So, I was looking for this. Just instantly bodied that dweeb. Got 3 lesser jewelers, but I don't even need 3 lesser jewelers. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how the minion rage stuff transforms melee minion builds. That is definitely a cool change. That is a good one to point out. There we go. Level 3 gem. Okay, so for supporting fire at this point, I forget what you could put in it for tier 3. There was something at tier 3 I remember being nice for one of the skills. Oh, muster. It's at this point you can get muster, which is a damage increase if you want to do separate minions. Now, the way... So you just saw me get a bunch of the Lesser Jeweler Orbs, and I put them in a bunch of skills, but not supporting fire. And that is because you cannot use Lesser Jeweler Orbs on supporting fire. It gets its sockets at certain skill levels, and we don't get our 3rd socket in this skill until level 36. So around level 36, especially when we get the additional spirit from the Bog Queen, we will change stuff up so where we get more minions and can slip in muster. But for now, we're not going to. Because we're going to need to get a new Rattling Scepter for muster to be valuable. And we're going to just need to get more spirit. Because we'll still want to run a couple skeletal archers.
You're the one, not dog. Take your time. Don't drink the water.
I'll take any help I can get.
True. Very good point, Score. I'm dumb for not even thinking about doing that. For sure. Though I don't think it's getting a benefit right now. Because I don't have any skill that does give it juice. But I'm about to get skills that do, so... Yes, that was a smarter thing to do for sure. Right now I'm support gem starved, but if I had extra support gem serve, yes. Well, Snipe's still going to be so good in my build, even with the, like, nerfs or whatever you want to call them, because of the return damage. It's just going to be, like, the damage is going to be good, right? You're really... Oh, yeah, the Gemling changes. Like, to me... So here's my plan. My plan is to League start the Bowbringer, and then my second character, I'm going to level a supporting fire Tactician this build, just so I can, like, min-max the build and update it for the people that did League start it. After my Tactician's done in Endgame, I'm swapping it to a Gemling to do something with the quality. Like, Gemling is going to be my third build, so I am with you on, like, the hype level for it. Alright, there we go. So this is all of the cooldown recovery we'll have until Act 4. Or, yeah, Act 4, which will get Bidding 3. Or Bidding 2, which gives us 10% more cooldown recovery. And then in Interludes, we get Bidding 3, which is a Giga cooldown recovery, so... Now you can see it's like, its cooldown is basically up when the duration ends. It is almost permanent uptime now. Which feels just so good. Monko time.
I ain't never seen a monkey like that before.
Level 31, so next level. Alright, so at this point, it is however you're feeling. If you immediately want to... Like, this is all the Giga important stuff. Now, at some point, you do want to get these two notes here. This is just better whenever you have more minions, so whenever you're doing full muster, so you will get that soon. If you're feeling desperate for more defenses, that's when you start just immediately going into Relentless, Blade Catcher, Beef, Made to Last, and then Tempered Defenses. But we're greedy little whores here, so we're taking the damage. How much strength do you have right now? 92. I don't even have much at all right now.
Better take cover!
So if you're actually leveling this as your second character with like Astramentus, Titan Rot, you know, the fun items, yeah, like supporting fire carries. Like, as you can see, it already does, you know, pretty good on its own, but... got Bidding and Fire Tumen in it, plus the minion skills. And all the minion passives. Where do I need to go? Is it up? I feel like this isn't the way to get out. I feel like it would have been up there, but I'm gonna keep hugging this way. One day a Chober Chabber build's gonna be good, Herm. I don't think it's soon. Hey, another level 3. What do I want to do with this level 3? Blah, 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 blah. Where is... What level is... Voltaic Mark. What tier gem is Voltaic Mark? Or the one that does the shock. Is that Charge Shock Mark? Is this the one I'm thinking of? No, what's the one that shocks bosses? Was that it? Was that what I was just looking at? What's the thing that makes you shock bosses? That's a skill gem? Is it a skill gem? And is this what you put in the pounce? Why am I having a brain fart? Is this what goes into pounce? Right? That makes pounce shock? Am I having a brain fart or am I right here? This is what goes in pounce and makes pounce have a chance to shock bosses, right? Or am I wrong? I could be wrong. Sometimes I'm stupid. Why a fire attunement? Light main attunement is not better because you want things ignited for gas arrow. Early on. At some point, you swap to lightning for sure. But... okay, yeah, it was definitely up there. I went the wrong way. Are you going to add in pinning from the skill tree? No, I talked about that earlier. That does not work with supporting fire. It does literally nothing. I'll take an upward. Rip. I'm just gonna get another muster. Can almost use those.
Need more time.
Agreed, Dragon. It's like my favorite thing about this game is like, even when there's like the best option, right? Sometimes there's not a best option and there's like just multiple good options. So like sometimes you're just like revisiting a favorite build on a different ascendancy and it just adds a completely different layer to the build. It's like one of the best parts about this game. Yeah, but Thunderstorm's getting nerfed in the patch. So how else do you shock? The Thunderstorm, Shock Conduction, what was it? Shock Conduction 2, right? Isn't that getting deleted? That's how I used to shock in late game, was just Shock Conduction 2 and Thunderstorm. But then I remembered I used to do a Voltaic Mark Pounce tech. But how else do you shock? Like, what are the other ways to get shock in the new patch? You can put Voltaic Mark and Pounce. Yeah, that's what I was going to do, but the reason why I'm not doing Thunderstorm right now this run is because the, whatever it's called is gone. Shock Conduction 2. Oh, I leveled up and I hit 31. Okay, so that means I can... we wanted to get occult skills. We wanted to get just more summons for muster.
Skeleton.
Oops. I can just kill these guys with supporting fire. What am I doing? Okay. We really need, to get a new, Omen Scepter. I should have just stuck with my old ones, to be honest, knowing the muster swap was coming. Let's go to town and see if I can find one. I don't need those nodes. I don't really care to path up here right now. I'm not like desperate for more damage, so I'm gonna start playing defensive. Lightning Orb, interesting. I don't even think you get access to lightning warp this early. Oh, you do.
Use lightning warp to teleport it. Use lightning warp to teleport.
What, just to put
inside
shock
enemies
ground?
and make them
Does it actually
explode
shock that
violently.
boss though?
This skill can only teleport to enemies low on life.
What's the tech for bossing? How do you do it on bossing? I want to get Mark. I'm gonna try it on Voltaic Mark right now. We just gotta swap some points for Dex, which I'm fine doing because it gives us some AoE.
Let's try something else.
Okay.
We've been evil in the shadows. Some odds and ends we found in the jungle. Make the
All right.
most of that.
Darn.
Keep your eyes sharp.
What kind of stuck and
A fellow's
In any case, care to take a chance? I hope you're happy with it. Anything else you'd like to be rid of? I've got no use for that myself anyway.
Darn.
Good luck.
she's awfully upbeat.
Okay. Alright, we'll try this out for a bit. Tooltip. Oh, and I took out... Okay, tooltip up to 2,000, and that's without muster. When we get level 36, I believe, is when we get our next support gem slot for it, and that'll be a massive DPS increase for it having muster. Might as well put muster in, like, Reavers right now.
Should ask Miss Verlai about this.
Oh yeah, Treach. Can't read it.
Better take cover!
Right now we're level 31 and a 30, about to be 31 and a 36 zone, so we're actually grossly underleveled. Yeah, 36.
I'm in their home turf now.
Oops, did I just sprint some myself? No, I didn't. Which is funny how overleveled we underleveled we are, despite having something that's just like clearing the whole screen. We're just like progressing so smoothly and fast that like it's beautiful. Beautiful build. Ooh, a rattling scepter, yes. Oops, I just canceled it.
What is this?
We're using the scale supporting fire, minion damage, minion cooldown recovery, and strength. Give me that. Darn. How does this scale to endgame? I mean, it scales, you know. It does reasonably well. Doesn't have, like, one-shot capability, but I've full cleared every boss with it.
You can't be serious. A flying bone stick.
Can I afford an additional minion? We have Frost Mage, Reaver, Sniper, so we can get Arsonist. Do we have enough spirit for the Arsonist? We do not. I would have to go down to a single skeletal sniper, which I'm down to try out. We'll see how that feels. And that gives us room for Raging Spirits too, so whatever. We'll see how it feels. Sounds neat, Treach. That sounds cool. Sounds OP to me. It ain't baiting me in the league starting Thorns, though. That's for sure. You're not getting me, Treach. Not this time. I mean, what you're seeing right now is what the build is basically the entire time. Really good map clear with like 15 to 30, sometimes 45-second boss fights. It just kind of consistently scales that way the entire time. It is a very smooth experience, you know. I'm sure if you like invested like a giga budget with all the new stuff we're getting into it, you could get really good boss kill times. But you know, in solo self-found hardcore, I've killed every boss on tier 3 and Arbiter, but I haven't killed Uber Arbiter on hardcore. But on Trade League, I've done everything with the build. Done everything. Very good build. Very strong. Do I think the Chrono Chasers will make it work better with grenades? I don't know about better, but would Chronomancer with grenades work? Yeah. Better? I don't know about that. Will it be a thing? For sure. I think you're going to see Chronomancer just used, like, for a lot of stuff that, like, slightly underperforms the main version, but has, like, really neat applications to it. Yeah. But as you see at this point, you know, I'm literally just sprinting through the map, like, I don't mind clearing a rare like this, you know, because it's going to take a few seconds. But you're just, like, literally at this point. And again, this is solo self-found. I'm not doing Trade League. I don't have, like, Twink Uniques and stuff. Like, this is just... And I'm not even, like... I'm really bad at solo self-found. I'm not picking up good items. I probably left a lot of good strength gear lying about, like... So, and this is what it looks like. Underperforming. You are literally just rolling around, sometimes getting stuck, and then you drop a supporting fire. Yeah, exactly. The new, I mean, there's just so much, like, to where you can put, who knows where, like, stat stacking can be pushed this patch, exactly, right? But then we also have the new minion stuff from belts and rings that you get out of Breach. Also, like, I haven't even, like, thought about what possible, like, unique modifiers we would want to extract to use for this build. You know, there's probably a really good one that benefits supporting fire. Like, maybe there's a unique out there that's like... Isn't there a unique out there for command skills? I'm not in Trade League. I can't check. I tried to open the trade window. Like, there's probably, like... Who knows what kind of stuff could be out there that would benefit supporting fire as, like, from a unique perspective, right? So, like, as it is right now, it's a good enough build to full clear the game.
One down.
So it's just going to get better in the patch. Like, the patch notes have already confirmed it's getting better. There's going to be way more ways to stat stack. There's going to be way more sources of minion stuff.
Need more time.
God damn it. Like, I moved my minions away from his stupid ass so my archer doesn't get fucking killed. And then his stupid ass leaps on the fucking skeleton archer and one-shots it. Minions suck butt. Sorry, I said I wasn't going to bitch anymore about minions. But then I bitched more about minions. No, my archer's standing in poison.
What's this?
Somewhere.
We've all got regrets.
Ooh, extra spirit. Boom. Good chest to snag. Looks like armor applies to Ellie.
You?
I'd have done it either way.
Some odds and ends
Some
we
things.
found.
Still no good rattling scepter. I should have kept my old ones. I was stupid to just be like, eh, whatever, I don't need them forever. I'll find a new one. Okay, so we have all of these. Is there another gem I would want from the occult tree? We have Reavers. We could get a Spectre. How much spirit are the Frost Mages? 43. I think if I got like a Wasp from the first area, it's cheaper than one of these. If I remember. They're like, the Wasp are like 30. And if I recall, they count for muster. Did I have a single Wasp in my old Endgame guide? Or did I, or no? I can't remember if they count for muster. I don't have one, so maybe they don't. Maybe I used to think they did, and then someone told me they don't count towards muster. I'm not going to do it. I'll confirm later. Even though I already wasted that. We are going for our ascendancy now. Level 32. And we could either take the minion the spirit reservation stuff, which we would use if we were taking blasphemy this early. We're probably going polish that gear though. Monk video dropped, Cal. Did it now? Oh, it did. Look at that. All right, we can watch that on stream, guys. Give me a second. I will get it set up. We will react to this together. Oh, I'm streaming when something cool dropped. What do you know? We actually get to do a live reaction. All right, give me a second. I don't have this stuff set up to capture the tubes. So give me a second. I hope you guys. Let me pause that. Okay, you guys can hear it. Cool. All right. Okay. Let's watch the monk stuff. Sorry, guys. I'm a noob streamer. It takes me a while to get this shit up. I promise I'll have this stuff better set up by launch. All right. We are watching the monk trailer.
The dreamer showed me a path. But through discipline and training, I have forged my own.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding the third ascendancy class for the monk, the martial artist. The martial artist took his training into his own hands and has spent decades mastering his proficiency of hollow techniques.
The bell is the
building his
coolest part
body
to me.
into the ultimate weapon.
I think the bell is sick.
The monk may still walk the dreamer's
backpack
path, but the martial artist redefines how. Mostly by punching things very hard. Let's take a look at what he has to offer, starting with his exclusive skills. Hollow Focus rings a death knell for your foes. Ethereal bells constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a powerful shockwave.
This might be very good with Thor.
These bells can always be killed and are always primed for stun, so
it's
using
gonna be
them with
very
Killing
good for
Palm
Thor.
and Staggering Palm is ultra useful.
Ultra useful.
These bells are also always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits.
Oh, no shit.
The final step for the bell-centric...
Hold on. Let me get this straight. We got another ascendancy that is going to do crit builds. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Part of the martial artist
Sorry,
is
I won't
strapping
pause
a bell
again.
to your back, which will ring out whenever you critically hit an enemy, delivering damage around you. Both of these bell skills are also quite good at stunning, which will come in handy later. If you
Another
prefer
crit
keeping
build,
your
though.
distance
Come
from the
on.
fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you. While channeling, you constantly spawn clones of yourself that attack with skills of your choice. You can also spend power charges to spawn triple the clones, for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for the three of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty to offer besides new skills, such as taking pride in his Ezomite training by tattooing runes into
my
his
webcam's
flesh.
in a bad spot for that.
Runic Meridians gives you 5 extra rune sockets to play with. Perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Eldur League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept and Martial Master are tailor-made for you, generating massive amounts of combo to spend on things like these, and protecting you while you do it. Remember how I mentioned being good at stunning might come in handy? Way of the Mountain covers you in a stony carapace when you immobilize enemies. The stacks are easy come, easy go, but provide massive benefits, causing your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and
So just by having any stack, you get 15% more damage. Enemy hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life. After mitigation such as armor resistances before other modifiers deal 40% less damage. All mountain teachings are lost if you go 20 seconds without gaining any. What? That seems so good.
reducing the damage you take from smaller hits to a tickle. Last, but certainly not least,
the glove
let's
thing.
put on some nice normal gloves and... Wait, what the heck are these?
Has 1 to maximum energy shield per player level. 3 to evasion rating per player level. Cooldown recovery rate. Less damage taken while on low life. What the fuck? Dude, this ascendancy is nuts.
Way of the Stone Fist transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off. These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform the explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip.
Oh, that's
and
just
yes,
base with the
it
ascendancy,
works on everything. This, that,
Tree finger, hold on. Wait. Did that say it changed tree fingers from giant blood to hollow palm technique?
That.
So giant's blood to hollow palm. That's overpowered. These just became like some of the, like, those gloves are sick on martial artists now. What the hell? I'm jealous. Martial arts is overpowered.
And yep.
Hoa. Okay, this is the exciting one. So we get increased attack speed per dex, and then at lightning damage per int.
Even these.
Bruh, martial arts is stupid. I want to play it now.
Needless to say...
Hold on. Thunder Fist.
There's a lot to discuss.
I would need to see the original ones to know what the changes are. Because I don't remember all of these, how their original bases look. Thunder Fist are cool. The new Thunder Fists look cool. Oh, interesting. These just actually buff the ascendancy of their Thunder Fist things. Oh, you get Gelid Palm instead of Crackling Palm. And it's cold damage instead of lightning, so it changes the skill to a cold skill. Interesting. They're like Cold Fist at that point. Cool. Yeah, I know what Sign does, so these changes just make it to where it's like Ascendancy based. Demon Stitcher, what did it do? It was sacrifice life to gain energy shield on cast spell. No wonder I don't remember what it does. Oh, Runic Ward when you attack. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. So these are like a Runic Ward life leech funding thing. Like life dumping thing. Interesting.
Cover about this one.
Show more gloves.
So that's what the class can do.
Show more gloves.
But how does it come together in practice?
Show more.
We've got a couple of endgame builds to show you to demonstrate the might of the martial artist.
Show more.
First up, the Snowbound Executioner
Hold on a
wield.
sec. That looks sick as fuck. Like that armor set on that like monk, he just looks fucking cool as fuck there.
It's a big staff, bells, and a very well-toned body to ice out his foes. Shattering Palm and Herald of Ice mow down packs of enemies and continuously trigger the shockwaves of both our bell skills. Because we're constantly freezing enemies, we're generating lots of Mountains Teaching stacks to keep the damage flowing and protect us while clearing. And we're also taking full advantage of Way of the Stone Fist with this monstrous pair of
So you get just fucking onslaught, like not onslaught on kill, onslaught on hit.
gloves. Against tougher targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even more bells per second with a Temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage. If you'd rather a little more fisticuffs, we've got a banger of a Hollow Palm technique build for you here. If you didn't know, Hollow Palm technique is a keystone on the regular passive tree that turns your fists into weapons in their own right.
Yeah.
So it's perfect for martial artists.
Yeah.
This particular build uses staggering palm's avalanche of projectiles to power up its whirling assault, and also gets great use out of Way of the Mountain, thanks to how much it stuns enemies. But the centerpiece of the build is Hollow Form, and the huge benefits it gets from power charges. While clearing, we can rely on Killing Palm's inbuilt power charge generation. But what to do about bosses?
This is cool.
Well, we've made sure Killing Palm can handle those too. With Culmination and Aelith's chimes providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive. Which means, when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse.
Bruh, what are we talking about? GGG, how do you make Chronomancer what you just made it, and then you make martial artist this? Like, whoever makes martial artists, they need to be making swords and axes for sure, okay? Because this guy gets it. Whoever made martial artists, you're fucking... This is so cool. I know I don't even like playing that side of the tree. I hate the monk startering area. But I will absolutely play a martial artist early in the league.
With this monstrous pair, we switch to Ice Strike. I'll cool even more damage. We've got weapons in the build you
I wanted to read the
gets from power
support
charge.
Did they change? They don't look like they changed to me. Aelith's Charms looks the same to me. I don't remember what Culmination 2 did, but those look normal to me.
Engine and Martial Adept.
When you gain a combo, gain an additional combo. Minus 0.2 seconds to current energy shield build.
Cranking it into overdrive. Which means when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse.
That's just crazy.
This crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse.
Wow.
So, which path will you choose?
Cool. That's the first time I've ever been live during one of these leaks or announcement things. No, I mean that's cool as fuck. That showcase is like that got me hyped to play martial artists. Like I will absolutely be playing one. I think my plan right now is with my Bowbringer into supporting fire tactician, potentially into a gemling, and then it'd be a martial artist. But that was cool. That was cool for sure. Let me get my webcam back.
Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
Mail it to GGG.
Ready the artillery.
Well, I don't want someone to feel hurt. Like, obviously the person who remade Chronomancer, you know, they probably gave it, they probably tried their hardest, but what I mean is, like, the martial artists, how it's just, like, there are ascendancies in this game that are just massive swings, where they just take huge risk on. Like, the Gemling change is crazy. Bonded Runes is crazy. The Witch Hunter 124 weapon set stuff is fucking crazy, right? And I just want them to do that with Chronomancer. And I feel like they should just, like, make Chronomancer just fucking busted. And they didn't do that. But martial artist just looks fucking insane. Like, martial artist, every glove in the game has to have something designed for it. Shaman, every rune in the game has to have something designed for it. Gemling, every skill in the game has to have something designed for it. Like, that's crazy. They should make every class feel that distinct. And I fucking love it. That is super hype. And they just, like, that's what they needed. That's what I was hoping they were doing with the Chronomancer rework. Was I was wanting them to just, like, really lean into the time theme. Really make it, like... Try and make Chronomancer overpowered. Don't try and make it like, you know, a balanced, safe ascendancy. Try and make it fucking busted. Because why not? You can tone it back after, you know, but like, just go crazy with them. Which, you know what, to be fair, I haven't seen the full Chronomancer changes. I haven't gotten to play with them myself. They could be cool, but you know, you guys know what I mean. It's hard to compare the Chronomancer changes honestly could be fine. They could be good enough, but when you compare them to the Gemling changes and this martial artist stuff, and the Spirit, like the Spirit Walker, you're fucking taming bosses. You're fucking taming bosses, like, just take big swings with all of them. Just go hard. As you can see, supporting fire is really good at this kind of stuff. It's pretty much completely idle outside of when you have this modifier and you have to dodge roll out of it.
We're only getting started. Lightning descends.
Not the escort, not the escort, not the escort, not the escort. Don't give me the escort.
Or perish.
I think it's the escort. It's the escort. With what arm you start? What do you mean arm? I start with both of my arms. That was a little memey, but I also like don't know what you mean by that question. I'm not trolling. Sorry, Ruzo. What do you mean by with what arm you start? What weapon? You can start with either minions or crossbows. I recommend crossbows until, like, you know, kind of basically to Act 3. But you can, this run I played minions from basically the start. You know, so. I recommend crossbows initially until you're basically at this point. It'll be the smoothest. This wasn't awful, though, but at this point, though, you're running Scepter and Shield. You can run Scepter and Focus, too, if you want. But at some point, you get Trench Chimbre, and you run Trench Chimbre with a Scepter. And, yeah.
Better take cover!
Need a sec.
Don't give up so early.
I'm not giving up, you idiot. Dude, I'm about to fucking beat this bird's ass. Which one am I fighting? Fighting the chicken, dude. I'm about to beat this chicken's ass. What do you mean? Trial Master, dude, you talk shit too early. You talk shit way too early, dude. This chicken's going down. Oh my god, he instantly went in the air. Oh my god, this freaking chicken, dude. This freaking chicken, dude. Oh my god, where'd he go this time? You darn chicken. My Skelly Sniper's still dead. There, we got him back. Nobody flew. Where'd he fly? Down here or up? Smells up. He's up there? Oh, he's right here. Hello. Boyo, boyo. Oh, I wasn't watching my life. I almost died there. Big old noobo. Would you quit running, you fart knocker?
Need a sec.
Oh. I did not mean to leap there. But we did anyway.
Ready the artillery!
Almost feel bad for that one. Looked like it was someone.
Ascendancy acquired. Can't wait to tame this chicken. He's the best chicken to tame. That's for sure. I forgot about that chest. I mean, that's neat for sure, but we're going to use the spirit chest soon. Not going to use that. Not going to use that. Give me my ascendancy points. If I was using blasphemy right now, I would take this. Yes, I'm in SSF. I am in SSF.
Grow even stronger.
Yep, yep, yep.
How can I
What? Some odds and ends we
Damn,
found.
we're getting hoed on the rattling scepters.
I like it. Take your time. Keep your eyes sharp.
Okay.
That's gonna come alive, isn't it? I just know it. It's warm. Why is it warm? Of course.
Oops. Yep, but yep, I am in SSF, and this is a fresh SSF.
Better take cover!
So I don't have, like, anything built up from anything from before. Was it the Fist of Stone shit? It's pretty awesome. Everything on Martial Artist looked very good. Like, it looked just like, for any build that you're like, I want to do this on a Martial Artist potentially, it's gonna do well with it. Like, it's just, it's really OP. I got all the soul cores.
What is this?
Did you just kill my skeletal archer? You just like barely clipped it. That is so fucking funny. I still feel like it's too early for muster, and I would stick with more skeletal archers than influencing muster heavily. One archer is definitely not good enough. One at least, two, potentially three. No more than 3.
Your job's long over me, old
Can
mate.
use that soon, and that'll help. But let's turn off Raging Spirit for now. Let's turn off Arsonist. And get at least 1 more. Can get 2 more snipers with that. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Perfect. I'll feel way better about that for bossing. Do we know what the martial art passives are? I don't think so. I think we just know the big nodes. So I don't know what tells this place is going to get with the yellow tape in the next patch, but when you get close to a sword core, you hear it spawn right there. Dong. So you can like kind of figure out where they are. You just know you're near one when you hear it spawn. Now, it could be spawned any of the directions, but like if you go like to the deep back corner over here and you don't hear any dongs, you know there's like really not anything on the left side of the map. Like we haven't heard one in a minute, so there's probably not one back here, right? At least that's what I do. I'm sure there's like better tells. So I just heard a bunch, so there's like 2 really close together this way. Gotta find where they are. Here's one.
Not yet. One back. Who's next? Need more time.
It's sort of a unique drop. Oh, this is trash.
This needs a soul core that's a bit bigger.
I heard another dong someplace over here.
Spark, like that.
If it's down.
Need a sec.
There we go. I'm guessing that was close to the middle. For sure. Yep.
Need a sec. Need a sec.
For sure. Supporting fire is definitely like buffed this patch.
Getting somewhere now.
Like it's absolutely buffed. Oh, there was one really close to that spawn there. We barely missed it. Big old Nubo. No, he's attacking my minions. Oh yeah, the 3 skeletal snipers just makes the damage so much better. Look at this boss DPS difference. Definitely worth the extra skeletal snipers just to influence single target. For sure. That was like way better boss kill time. That was like more than double. These are level 36, I'm 35. Okay. Survey, do you have a rattling scepter? You do. It's not one we want, though. Oops, I didn't mean to sell you. We're putting you on soon. We will buy you in case we get an elk later. Scoot. All right. Let's go to everyone's favorite portion. The Malaysian waterways. Luckily, this build is super cozy in the waterways. You just still have to navigate the waterways, but you can drop supporting fire while you're doing the levers, so... Well, not while you're doing them, but you drop supporting fire, and then you do the levers, and it makes it just super chill. As you can see, like, Waterways is just so chill with this build. It is literally just running as fast as you can to each lever with the occasional left click. Would you say the campaign is going to be shorter? I'm sure it's going to be optimized in the ways that make it feel shorter and actually like shorter, sure. But I don't think there's going to be, like, you know, an entire zone missing. Anything like that. But I imagine there's going to be some optimized areas that make it definitely shorter. Ignoring just the yellow tape addition. Oh, I hit level 36. So level 36 is the first time you get an additional support gem. So now I got my third support gem. And we're going to slip a Mooster into it. Which will increase it to almost 3,000 deeps. But when it levels up the gem, it resets the cooldown. So that's what I was waiting for, was the cooldown to come back up. Dreadnought Vanguard is gone? Oh, I didn't know that was happening. Okay, well, that in that sense, it is getting shorter then, so. There you go, huh?
Better take cover.
Really? Out of all the zones that get shaved, like, maybe they just lose a lot of players between Dreadnought 1 and 2 combined, but I feel like I liked both Dreadnoughts. They were like, it felt like you were going through an actual war battle. Like, in terms of the actual in-game lore and feel, like, clearing both Dreadnoughts was like, oh shit, we're in the middle of a big-ass actual war. Or battle, and I didn't mind it. I didn't mind. If, like, any zone was to be shaved, GGG, it was this fucking zone. You know what I mean? Wouldn't have been Dreadnought 2. Would have been this shit. Which, fortunately, is really chill on this build. I've just been kind of running through it, which is nice. Oh, I forgot to use my new gems, or my gems. Skeletal Sniper to 10. What's the time? Okay. It's just like 33% too big. The zone should have been done by now. But I'm still here.
Need more time.
Not yet.
Again, like I said, it's really chill on supporting fire because the levers don't really matter.
Need more time. Need more time.
There we go. That'll do it.
Is that actually a thing, or is that memes? Because that sounds like memes to me. The pressure plates. That smells like memes to me.
Stairs. With all their cleverness, you'd think they'd have made some sort of elevator.
Oh, that wasn't memes. Well, that's a lot better then.
They weren't pulling my leg. There's a hole.
Well, that's good then. Big dub for sure. Well, then the campaign's certainly going to feel faster. Certainly. But look at this, like, at this point, now that I have my third support gem with muster, not even fully scaling it, I'm missing 2 additional minions for 14% more damage right now. I could also have more damage from, like, more minion stuff up here, but we're doing, you know, defensive stuff currently. And it just, it's good enough to clear rares, the cooldown is almost permanent. And again, this is like me, like, I did a really lazy solo Self-Found run. I haven't been managing my gear well. I've been, like, rushing. I mean, the pressure plate change is probably the biggest change in the patch then. You're gonna have one of those clip channel montages of like everyone's first reaction to the Nimble Leshen waterways, and it's just going to be glorious. I've gotten more Chaos and Exalted Orbs than Regal Orbs this run. We talk about on the podcast the Regal Orb problem, but like I am just always Regal starved. I know I sell for gold more than I disenchant, but and I don't pick up every rare. But I don't think you should be that starved on Regal Orb drops.
Not yet.
Better take cover.
But again, if you're playing Trade League using even just like good minion stuff, you're going to be doing so much better. But then if you add on like Astromentis, Titan Rot, you know, the goodies. Look how, like, you're literally just full speed at this point. And I only have 10% move speed boots. I haven't updated my boots since Act 1. I'm really bad at this game. Oh, I forgot to put on my chest. What did that get me back? Got me an arsonist, cool. We didn't have to drop an arsonist, or drop a sniper to get the arsonist in. Okay, maybe for something else. Not right now, actually. Probably like one of the fancy support gems that go into the Mace, the Scepter, but they're supposed to go that way instead. Might have gotten turned around. I think I got turned around. Went the wrong way.
Ready the artillery!
Oh, that's bad. We're fine. The skeletal archer damage is just required, for sure. Like, at this point, it's not a debate between the skeletal archers and the crossbows, in my opinion. You're definitely going to play the skeletal archers at this point, 1000%. Yeah. Do you have a new rattling scepter for me, miss?
Ah, some pretty things, yes?
You have 2. Ooh, I might want that shield, actually.
Make the most of that.
Sure. Minion skills. Okay, this one is worth regaling later if we get a regal. Let's see, move speed boots. What's up, Aussie? Minion skills, minion skills. No. Move speed.
Interesting choice.
Darn. If I had been doing temple this entire time, by the way, I guess the thing is I have not done a single temple this whole run. If I had been doing temples after like every time I could have, I would have had like 3, maybe 4 temple runs at this point. That would have gotten me a lot of regal orbs, so that is a large reason why I am struggling with regals, is because I have just... I haven't gotten a single temple. Because fuck temple. In the campaign. I'm probably going to do a lot of temple this next patch, to be honest. But I'm overdoing it in the campaign after so many characters I've leveled. Is Commandment Support Gem viable? Which one's that? pick the wrong direction every time.
Need a sec.
I mean, is that viable? I'm sure it's viable someplace. Is that viable in this build? No.
Need a sec. Better take cover. An indoor sun. Wonder how they manage that. Not yet.
We humbly await your
Oh, son, curl your flesh. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. I mean, skeletal archers are like just super nice. What I have in them right now: multi-shot 1, bidding 1, muster 3.
But you lot took it too far.
While ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
Get us out of here, Alva.
These runes, I can make up symbols for. Wait, no, it's not a. It worked! Now this is truly something! It's not a blood offering, it's the apex! It's opening! Goodness me!
Goodness me! But guys, like, so for me, League starting Ironbound, one of the most exciting things about the patch notes, I don't know if I talked about this today, but they did confirm that you'll be able to upgrade unique weapons that are below level 55, which confirms that Ironbound is upgradable, and that they confirmed you can do it in Act 3, which means you're getting that big-ass upgrade in the campaign. So I am very excited about the League starter. We're like 100% locked in on Ironbound. 100%.
There they are! We need no car. I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Stupid salad! Another notch on the omelet. Better take cover!
Really wanted to hit that minion skills. The heart already, at least.
This thing's still beating.
Yeah, I mean, we have an idea of how much of an update it'll be. Like, basically, off of the items they show, they scale to level 78 bases. So we have a good idea of what they'll become to. No, it'll be compared to, I don't know. We have the math on the Thorns Discord. I don't pretend to understand any math ever. I'm not gonna like try and misquote them. So if you want to actually know the math, go to the Thorns Discord. But it'll be good.
As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have.
I can't let you take Miss for life.
You will fall before us.
Stun her before she phases.
You are nothing but lump.
I mean, that damage is super good. Did she just instant second phase? Or double phase? Classic. Classic Nutquatsy. She just bugged out and it didn't do the final lunge? That was weird.
Where'd she go?
Okay, now we go kill Doriane. Now, I don't think we get our 4th jewel slot, or support gem slot, until level 64, so we got a long way to go. Nice, Lily. I guess you're excited to League start Chonk then. Gonna be chalupa-ing it up.
Need a sec. Not yet.
Better take cover!
Oh, damn.
Not yet!
Not yet.
I did, Frunky. Yep, I watched it, or like, I don't know, like 30 minutes ago on stream or something. I did. Pretty damn cool. That ascendancy is gonna be really good. My new bass.
Need a sec.
Not yet! Ready the artillery!
I have no idea, Frunky, because some of the changes were like really transformative, like it was turning lightning gloves into cold gloves and stuff, but some of them were just like subtle changes. Like, I have no idea how it could work. It could be really basic, or it could be super cool. Thoughts on New Chrono? It's alright. It's not what I, like, okay. It's not like the Chrono changes are bad, but what I want from an Ascendancy now is something like Oracle, where Oracle has all of these crazy nodes that only Oracle can use. Or Bonded Runes, something that only Shaman can use. The new Gemling change. Only Gemling can make a bill out of those quality specific stuff. Martial Artists with all of the glove stuff. Like, each of these classes, they have their own identity, but then they're so transformative in one way for build crafting. And that is kind of like what my excitement baseline level for an Ascendancy is going forward. Witch Hunter, 124 weapon set passives, right? Like, these are things that only these classes can do to such an extreme level. And that's what I get excited for in an Ascendancy now. And it's not that the Chronomancer changes were bad, per se, but compared to what all of these other Ascendancies do, I don't think they're swinging big enough with Chronomancer. I think they need to try and make Chronomancer as overpowered as they can with the time theme aspect. I'm sure some of it's really cool. I'm sure some of it's really good as well. But none of it got me as excited as every gem in the game has additional quality on it, or every glove in the game has this new unique mechanic with it. Chronomancer doesn't, like, do that for me, you know? 124 weapon set passes on Witch Hunter. That's crazy, right? And I think that they're just too reserved with their design of Chronomancer. They should just fucking do something nuts. But, again, I might just be expecting something a little bit too much from it. I mean, I would have to see the full Ascendancy to be able to give an idea on what I would play with Chronomancer. My first guess would be either one of the new ward skills or like some weird attack build. I'd definitely do something goofy. Yeah, I saw that in a alcohol video, I think, Ruzo. I need to set those hotkeys up.
So, at the eve of the end.
Yeah, Titan's cool too. It's 50% in hulking form, right? Like, yeah.
Ready the artillery!
Progress comes with a heavy price. Inferno!
More time!
Give in!
No mana!
The ball! Best laid plans. Let's see how you handle this. I can't give up. I must save my people.
It happened!
Know why we're here! It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed.
I've been preparing for you for years.
I guess I need to level up my
The end of the world is nigh.
Frost Bomb because I'm currently not exposing.
Now you're within my grasp. Unexpected, but not critical. I plan for every. No! Do not fail me.
I have no idea, Big F and Lion. I have no idea. I've never played that build, and I haven't used Nebulok tech since I think 0.1, so I honestly don't know.
The legacy of the Val must be protected.
We'll see if Gemly shoots up and play. It's not gonna start out strong. It's only gonna shoot up and play if there's broken stuff. Bro Yanni.
Just do your job.
It is time we
I'm
departed.
fine with a truce.
Activate the portal, and we will see about it.
I wonder if his... Oh, that'd be funny if his crab ship was tameable. That'd be funny. You think Bulletstorm build is still viable? In 0.4, it's not viable. Will it be revivable in 0.5 with all our new tools? I'm not sure. But as of right now, it's kind of dead.
How can I help?
See if Survey sells anything.
You bring some.
Nothing. No minion skills neck yet either.
Don't drink the water.
Hello. It's a long...
Doriani has.
Doriani has.
This.
So,
We will
all
need-
right.
King's March. It's been months since I had
Just
a bath.
befriend
Is it
him.
right? And it just...
Apparently.
I'll set up an account.
I'm off. Do be careful out there.
Can't do that here.
Shop sometime.
Alright, Act 4, boys. Not bad. We did a lot of yapping, and we didn't have the smoothest Act 1, and that could have been a lot faster. So,
Welcome aboard.
pretty good, in my opinion.
Yes.
Especially solo self-found, you know? Without doing much, any temple, you know.
All stop.
I think they'll be updating the patch notes for sure, and we're gonna get more info every once in a while. Cause like yeah.
Let's go. Here we are.
We shouldn't be here. This place hates us. Can't you feel it? I keep seeing angry faces in the fog.
Hey, what's up, young? How you doing?
Ready the artillery!
Oh, that's bad. Sprint stun for the loss. Alright, Catch Bay. Oh shit. I was not looking where I needed to be looking.
What is this?
Nice. Yeah, this is my last day of practicing this build, and then I'll be releasing the League starter for it. This is not the build I'm League starting. We'll start practice for that probably Monday. I'm guessing Monday. I will never not think of Rabbit when we get to the boat. Just never. That boat will always be forever tied with him in my memory. All for a withered one. What happened with the rabbit in the boat? I think it's the boat in the second part of Kedge Bay. Oops, I might die here. It has a bomb on it. And Rabbit lost a hardcore character at it. So at this point, what are the level 4 options? Is it not level 4? Did I click the wrong one? So you do get bidding 2, which is 10% more cooldown recovery and damage. But is like hulking minion here? That's always a good one. No, I'm guessing hulking minion's tier 5. Where is it? Oh no, hulking minions is here. Probably not. Probably just bidding. Level 41 and a 46. Very underleveled, but still cruising easily.
I don't know what this fog's doing to me, but it ain't good.
I hope it's not that way. It smells like it's that way.
Need more time.
I think it's up. Can't jump down there. Cool.
Need a sec.
This is where Rabbit died. When you loot this chest, a timer happens, and he was playing hardcore, and
Better take cover.
he went boom. A real tourist move, if you ask me. Am I right, guys? That fucking rabbit fella. That fucking rabbit fella. Yeah, no, that's why I think of Rabbit with that boat. Just because he lost a hardcore character there. What? None may leave this accursed island. He's just killing my minions. He just like swung on them twice.
Need more mana.
Whose lies? Who? Oh well, he's dead. I guess I'll never know. Let's go free this innocent person that is trapped at the beginning of this area. I have not died to that specific thing. I've been caught slipping before, but there I have not been caught slipping yet. Yet.
Impeccable offering. It's always nice doing business with you.
There's +2 minion skills. But we don't have the bonus spirit, so how many archers can we get? Okay, we have to lose a Reaver. I accept this.
Please hurry.
Oh, I didn't talk to the dude. Try to turn it to a thing. Thoughts on patch notes? I mean, I'm hyped. The biggest thing to me is the sprint being unbound from dodge roll and the totem stuff. Ancestral totem bonds or whatever is going to be slick tits. Alright, but this is what this build looks like in Simulacrum whenever you get to Endgame. Hey later, Lachlan. This is what this build looks like when you get to Endgame Simulacrum. You just sit here and you hold left click and everything just kind of dies. Everything just kind of dies. Will the leech changes affect Thorns? Oh yeah, Thorns' leech is probably in a very different place. I mean, we're just, again, still smoothly sailing into Act 4 at this point, so it just shows, like, how good this build is. Like, with the Scuff Solo Self round run, where you're not abusing the currency from the temple, this build is smooth.
What are you interested in? Done. Come back anytime. Well met.
We have not gotten lucky with move speed boots, though, unfortunately.
No survive.
As promised. The name's Tujin. Welcome to our fair.
That's right.
Nice to hear. I'm sure she'll appreciate the work.
Ah! This must be the foolish fuckery. Get over here.
Good day. Where to? Move out! too.
Okay, so we've done that one. Where's Shriek?
Talamoana.
Oh, I'm at Shrike. I went there. I was like, huh? Why can't I see it? It's because I'm there. Alright, I need to AFK real quick, guys. I gotta figure out dinner stuff.
What's your step?
So give me a second.
I left Nakanu before I was even old enough to run the Isle of Shrikes. Because of that, in the eyes of the Kadui, I'm not a man. I didn't pass the test. It's a ridiculous tradition. And I know a few ladies who can vouch for my manhood.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Gonna eat real quick and then we will continue playing. Chat, did they nerf Energy Shield? They did. Though it looks like Kadachi already answered you. Sorry, I'm just eating real fast. Okay. Alright. I'll stuff my face. I'm gonna go put these dishes away. Give me a minute, and then we'll get back to playing. Okay, boys. Let us continue. Did we already watch the martial arts video? We have. Pretty insane.
Ready the artillery!
Pretty damn insane. Definitely see me playing one this league. Hey, what up, Kadachi? we're just, you know, I wanted to get a full, in a single stream, you know, to endgame clear of supporting fire. So, either tomorrow or the next day I'll have the full guide released. So I asked this question, by the way. So chat, I asked this question to the Thorns Discord. I am making an Ironbound Warbringer. It is a unique bow that starts at level 11. But I'm starting it on a Warbringer, which uses maces. What are your guys' thoughts on Mule? There is a lot of RNG with the start of Warbringer to where, like, if you kill Miller, you may not get a bow or a quiver, and what you sell for might not sell for enough to get a bow. So you're forced to either go kill Barra with a mace skill, sell her stuff to buy the bow and the quiver then, or you wait till Red Veil to get a short bow. The other solution, though, is muling. And if you've never played PoE 1, muling is really popular in that game. Muling is where you start as one class, you get skills for that class, and then you put it in your stash, and then you go play your main class. So in this example specifically, that's what muling is, Kadachi. That's character swap. Muling is a literally character swap. So in this scenario, on League Start, I would play a Ranger, go kill Miller, get Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod, which you don't have to leave town to get both of those. You get Lightning Arrow from the chest and then Lightning Rod from Renly. And then you just put the bow and the quiver and all that in your stash, and then you go play the Warbringer. How many of you hear that and you think, I don't want to do that? Out of curiosity. My concern is that even though it only takes like 60 seconds to do that, and it makes your life exceptionally easier, I have a feeling that there's just going to be a large portion of like the potential casual player base that's like, I don't like that. Because it's kind of weird. Is your computer a 3060 laptop? No. Why? Boss time. One of my dudes got locked out again. Son of a bitch. And I put all of my archers point blank again. Why do I keep doing that? It still spawns even while he's stunned?
Thanks for making me see all that.
Getting out of this bloody nest. Over here, will you? From be brave out there.
Okay. Next area done.
Good thing. Why do I? You have it all right.
Farewell.
Good day. Where to? Hard to port.
Welcome. Here for a deal. What are you interested in?
pleasure doing business with you. Have a good day.
I don't have any regals.
Greetings. New strategy required.
Okay, onward we go.
Ah, this must be the foolish buckaroo. Get over here.
So what, Kadachi? You're thinking of playing Witch Hunter now instead of
Move out!
Blood Mage?
We made it.
Land ahoy. Here we are.
All right, back to more supporting fire shenanigans.
Better take cover! Anything kinfolk want that bad, let's live buried. Oh boy, do I want to touch that.
Touch it.
Need a sec.
Feel like I'm being slow roasted here.
I mean, the new martial artist looks crazy, so...
Better take cover!
Not yet.
$12-hour stream today? No. Certainly not. We're gonna at least clear Act 4 and farm a Kurgle's Leash. We might do 3 interludes and a couple maps. It just depends on how long it takes to get there.
No one told me to bring a gift.
No, go for me, you jerk. Why are y'all running back towards me when I'm pinging you to run over here? Get away from him, you stupid fucking minions.
Go easy on that stuff. Need a sec.
I'm not sure, Shat. I'd have to test that.
We must find the others. They leave.
At some point, we won't have the space for that on our bars.
Where to?
So it'll only be a temporary solution.
Belay that order.
Actually, I kind of want to go to town real quick.
Welcome. Here for a dig. What are you interested in? Oh, that one.
Well met.
Man, we are just cursed with low move speed boots. That would be cool. That would be cool. Anything like golems like that would be sick.
We made it.
Ahoy! Watch your step, eh? This island looks nice. Beautiful.
Sorry,
Ready
Colin.
the artillery.
No, they do not have to be alive. If they're dead, that you get the bonus. As long as they're like, you know, like summoned and like in the process of respawn, like they, you know, exist as a summoned unit, dead or alive, you know. We need to go up actually. So no. The answer to your question is no, they do not need to be alive. As long as you have spirit allocated to them.
I need more time.
Musta will give them damage.
Sabotaging these people didn't just happen to you.
Yep, which is at some point in late game, you just have like one of every minion and you don't really care if they're alive or not. What's the new unique bow? Oh, it's the Ironbound. It's what I'm league starting.
She'll have to do more than sing if she wants to lure me in.
I'm gonna be playing that on a Warbringer though.
Ready the artillery!
I'm guessing we're gonna get multiple phases of her.
My beloved. You will join them.
I've had just about enough of your screeching.
Why can that happen? Why can she instantly leave? I didn't even get rid of her energy shield. She left in 0.1 seconds. Oh, she's doing this move. Never mind. I'm overreacting. I thought she just immediately phased. That would have been hilarious. Damn, I'm not getting any ignite. There we go. No! Almost stunned her and then she phased. I'm not letting y'all look at the boobs. Y'all pervs. I'll have to trade for it. But I play Trade League, so I ain't worried about it. But yeah, probably gonna have to trade for it. I don't know if it's gonna be farmable. Like, if even, let's just say Ritual is farmable, like, I probably won't.
Wait a sec.
Just, like, I'll probably, like, kill it twice, you know? She's really hard to ignite. Damn, dude. I hate this phase so much. This is the, like, single worst part of the campaign, in my opinion. Is, like, this fight right here. If you don't like Instant Giver, you just get this phase so much. We don't know if the campaign won't give rituals yet. Because the phrasing specifically says omens and uniques, that wouldn't apply to only the early game. Because omens won't spawn in the early game, right? So it would have to have been a separate tech, so like... It's not fully ruled out that it won't be something changed about the early game ritual. Yeah, obviously that's hopium, right? You know, clearly that's a little bit of coke. But we don't, you know, there's still a chance. There's still a very slim chance. Okay.
Talamoana. Talamoana. Where to?
We have Eye of Hinekora and Prison as the main things still to do.
Lower the anchor.
The king's paw. Okay then.
Seems like a good place to lock someone up and throw away the key. It's easy to talk of justice. Living it's another matter.
Oops, sprint stun myself. No! The classic sprint stun.
Better take cover!
Just trying to dodge roll. Just trying to dodge roll. I mean, I think 99% of people are going to be buying theirs off of trade. Even if Ritual is farmable. There are so many uniques in the pool that, like, you're not getting it yourself without sitting there for a while or getting very lucky, so. Like, even if it's farmable, I'm not sitting there more than, like, twice, you know. It's just not going to be worth the time. The bow doesn't even, like, fully come on until you're at least in Act 2. Like, and really it doesn't come on until you get rear guard. And at that, like, so at that point, like, it's like, you don't need to farm for it at all. Just, by the time you're in Act 3, there should be plenty listed for trade, and you should have, like, a Chaos Orb and some Exalted Orbs and stuff at that point. You should be able to afford it, like. I will definitely be trying to get mine as soon as I possibly can. You know, if I can get it by level 11, I will, but you definitely don't need to farm for it if you're traded league. That's just more of a benefit to solo self-found players.
Can't say these guards didn't deserve it.
I ended up looping back to the front, damn it. What do you think about the ES nerfs? I am somebody who notoriously hates energy shield builds. I have, like, of all the defensive layers, the least time playing it. So, I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. Because I literally, even on caster builds, I'll force, like, armor stacking and stuff. Like, I'm stupid like that. So I genuinely can't tell you how impactful it's going to be. I'm going to say that, like, if any energy shield players are giga dooming, they're probably being babies. You could get absurd energy shield counts, so I'm sure it's fine, but I'm not speaking from any point of, like, experience, you know? I do not play it. But Mind Over Matter Eldritch Battery is, you know, a good... It's better than people give credit for. What the fuck? I hate this layout so much. Is it up here? I mean, it probably got buffs, to be honest, because we have the new breach rings. I mean, send it, Raphael. Don't let them naysayers convince you it won't be fun. I'm sure Energy Shield's still going to be one of the better defensive layers, but again, I'm speaking from somebody who does not understand the nerfs, because I don't play that at all.
Take cover!
I mean, it's hard to tell Chronomancer without playing it. I'm definitely gonna play one this league. You know, maybe I do a Thorns one, maybe I do some weird, like, off-meta attack-based Chronomancer. It seems cool. It's just hard to know without, like, with something like that, you gotta play it to know. It's probably gonna be pretty good. Like, but it's not, like, at the top of my hype list. Like, I'm definitely more interested in the new Gemling than I am the new Chronomancer. But I could see me doing Chrono builds this league for sure. I mean, it's a 6-month league. I'm going to do everything. Level 46 and a 51. We're still, like, maintaining a really good pace in terms of, like, how much we're clearing. I have not upgraded a lot of my gear in a while because I'm a bum. Yikes. I'm missing, like, damage from this. I don't have any minion skills on this either. So we could have a bit more damage.
Not yet.
Oops, too early. Minions, stay away. Why do minions always try and kill themselves? I mean, our damage feels really good. And we're definitely tanky enough despite having bum-ass gear. So if you're actually like trade leaguing and like trading for like good leveling uniques or good leveling scepters and whatnot. You're dead.
Pockets are full. No need to thank me for freeing you.
What? Ask the. This is the final.
We made it.
I've never really.
What's this? We're abreast with KallTorak. Where to? Raise the sails.
To Aristos.
Land ahoy. A new age is.
Don't suppose any of these.
Hey, what's up, Explosive? How you doing? Hey, what's up, Soul? How's it going?
Something's not headed.
Quick, look, please. Your timing is quite remarkable. Together, we can witness the birth of a new tomorrow. A better tomorrow.
Where are you going?
Now, I must ask that you wait here a time.
Where are you going?
I shall fetch the first herald. He will know how to aid you.
What do you mean?
I am sure he
Stay
will
here.
be delighted to meet you.
This fucking guy, dude. What is he thinking?
What's all that noise?
What's all this noise, man? Can I have one question. Is it worth to use crit on that build? Only in super, super late game if you're doing an Adorn setup. So for like 98% of the journey, no. It's not worth it. You have to like super invest into crit to get enough crit to be worth it with the build.
Wait till I get my hands on that Carnu.
Doesn't affect minions. No, for minions to crit, to benefit from crit, it specifically has to say the words minion crit. If it says normal crit or whatever, it won't say, it won't affect supporting fire. It has to be specifically minion crit. And as of this patch, we are very limited in those options. And it has just a low base critical hit chance. I think it's like 5%. I can't remember.
Better take cover.
Yeah, it's 5%. So to get it to like a reasonably high base critical hit chance, you need a lot of flat minion crit. And there's a little bit on the tree, but like a majority of where you're getting it from will be from jewels, which will be better in this next patch if you're Giga min-maxing with the new 4 jewel thing and then the Adorn setup. So.
Another bell. Let's give it a ring and see what shakes loose.
No extra spirit. Rip. We went for it. Where the fuck do I go from here? This way? What the fuck? You want to do this build or Ironbound? I mean, this build is tried and tested. I've played this build like 6 different times. I've played it once during the league with Twink Gear. I've played it on 3 different private league starts. And I played it in solo self-found and hardcore solo self-found. And hardcore trade. So I've played this build a fuckload of times this patch. Plus all the practice builds. It is getting buffed in the patch. And it's not the #1 build, you know. If you're looking for a build that can eventually one-shot all bosses, it might be able to do that pretty quickly. Like, not pretty, like get to, like, 10-second boss kills with the Adorn setup, but obviously Adorn setups are expensive. So, Ironbound's got a bunch of RNG to it, but I'm encouraging as many people as I can to try that out. I fucked up. I fucked up again. I keep letting Ignite fall, which is like how my poison arrow does like all its damage. So when I do that, it's a big L. God damn it. I'm a bum. So agreed, you know, that's like the question mark, is can it do all content? We've done enough math work in the Thorns Discord that, like, I am confident we will be able to find a way to make it work. Unless something about the bow is just like, it's bugged and it doesn't work. Like, something really weird would have to happen that's, like, unpredictable and that for it to not be able to full clear all content. That's my belief in it right now. Is I think it's going to be good enough for all content. I have more, like, I think it'll be more viable than this build. This build's just fun and cozy. But it doesn't have, like, giga clear times, you know, like, for bossing, right? Like, the bossings are, like, you know, whatever. But the Ironbound bow has, like, a high ceiling. I'm actually not a big fan of the Thorns ring, to be honest. I am not very hyped about Thorns in this patch, to be honest. I'm sure I'll play it at some point, but it won't be anytime soon. And I don't know if I'll play with the ring. That ring is not what I play Thorns for, personally. To me, the core of Thorns is take damage to deal damage, and that's why I like Barbs and Bursts, but I don't like the idea of, like, maybe you can slot, like, a prize pain in as, like, a weapon gear swap whenever you're, like, versus a mob that fucks you over. But the idea of doing, like, a prize pain build, I don't like that. And I hope that's not, like, the future design direction for Thorns. Also the Leech nerfs and quite a few other things. Stag Talisman getting nerfed. I personally don't feel like Thorns is eating good myself. I feel like Thorns just got some interesting changes that might lead to nerfs. That might be nerfs. Like, the leech changes are bad. Stag Talisman, getting rid of the Thorns crit is, like, not the end of the world, but it's still a nerf. We'll have to see. The armor buffs help, for sure. But I gotta see what the state of leech is right now, because the leech changes are pretty massive for Thorns.
Ready the artillery!
So long as divinity disgraces the world, no one is safe. You stand in the way of hope.
And I could be completely wrong, you know. Maybe Thorns is in a fantastic spot. You know, maybe it ends up performing well with the new recoup nodes. But for me personally, Price Pain is not the direction I wanted Thorns to go in.
Wait, I know where they're keeping the beast. Ori, they're in Ori, please.
But we'll have to see when we play with it. I think Price Pain might have a place if you could, like, if it's an Ezomite unique and you can capture its effect and just, like, get that in your gear as a rune, then, you know, I don't mind that as, like, a protective layer against, like, really shitty mobs. But the idea of either A, wearing that ring in super late game because it doesn't have the best defenses, even if you can upgrade it, and B, the idea of, like, going Ritualist and wearing 3 of that for 100% chance, like, I don't like that. Personally. I don't think that's Thorns. But
You've done well.
We'll see. I think there's just a lot of red flags with Thorns right now as a league starter, so I ain't touching it yet. I could do a Thorns Gemling or a Thorns Chronomancer as my second character, but my first character, I'm gonna wait and see how the leech changes play out personally. The leech changes could be fine, and honestly, like, leech isn't super required, but it definitely is nice. But we have to see what's happening with the recoup sec stuff. Like, are we getting a bunch of recoup nodes in the warrior section? If so, then, you know, that's huge for Thorns, right?
What? No, daughter! I will fix this. The Karui way!
The Karui way! For the Savior!
Not a good idea.
It is this and this perhaps it's bottle. Why would it?
That's above my.
I have no idea explosive, but it's very likely you're playing crit with Ironbound. Very unlikely.
What can I do for you? Let's deal. Here's what I've got. The marvel of commerce. Good day. Come back anytime.
The hell? The hell was that? What was that? I've never seen that before. Did y'all see that? That was like a fucking rainbow cat.
Bloody Rogers. Now, technically, on the cat. I'll get our first order set a course, and I'll make it happen.
That was someone else's pet? Oh.
Where to?
Alright, so we're going to Ngaku, and this is where we can do something very important for this build. You can self-farm your Kurgle's Leash. I don't know which section it's in. I think it's in the first section of Ngaku. One of them has an abyss in it. Let me look at the map. This one. So it is actually main Ngaku. There's an abyss well here. You can farm it, and at the end of the inside of the well, you can get a reasonably good drop chance at Kurgle's Leash. You don't have to do this on Trade League, because usually it's a pretty common drop. 99% of people don't use it. So it's almost always like one Exalted Orb day one. But for the solo Southbound players, or the people that just want to farm their own one right away, or the people that just want a chance at it in the campaign, clear this abyss in this map. Really, you don't have the room for it necessarily until you're level 60, so it's not the end of the world to farm it right now. You could honestly skip it, clear the interludes, get your ascendancy points, and then come back and farm it if you wanted to. Because you don't get your next... your next socket until level 64, I believe. Where's this abyss? Where is this abyss? It's an endgame thing. You gotta get Hate Forge. I have a full Mobilytics. It just got linked in chat. You can see all the stages to it. Though it's not 100% done. I want to say it's like 80% done, so there's probably some stuff changing, but you just get Hate Forge. Where is this abyss? Oh, I found it. This one's super close to the front, so maybe they're all really close to the front. But yeah, this abyss should always spawn with a well, and yeah, you have a good chance of getting Kurgle's Leash inside of it. In Trade League, again, like I said, unless it becomes super valuable, which it won't, it's a very common drop. I wouldn't recommend farming it for yourself, like more than once or twice. But obviously for the solo self-found players, it's worth it to farm it. Though you might want to come back at a higher level because abysses can be a little scary, depending on what rare spawns you get. But it's specifically the chest at the end after you've completed it.
Better take cover!
Okay, we're at the end. Whoa. I got bodied me. I'm just gonna campaign Omen of Light. That ain't happening again. That's not happening again. Alright. I mean, sure. It's so self-owned, so like not like it. Like I'm deleting this character tomorrow, so we're gonna lose it. So it's not like it's a big deal for this run, but that's still hilarious. Does it duplicate his loot? Huh? Huh? Hello? The double campaign level 49 Ngaku well drops double Omen of Light. I've ruined my luck for the league. But it's this right here. This chest right here would have potentially dropped the lineage gem we're after. All right. We take that. Sure.
Let's go then. Here we are.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Alright, we're going right this time. Last time we went left. We never found the abyss till the very end of the loot. I'm sure it's on the left now, though. So.
Better take cover.
Where is the abyss? What? Was it trying to dodge roll through? Well, I guess we went by the abyss. Someplace. I mean, yeah, martial artist seems a little bit cracked. Should be fun. Alright, let's see if this Abyss Well's got what we need. We don't need 2 Omens of Light, game. We don't need 2 Omens of Light, game. We need Kurgle's Leash. Oh, just sprint stun myself. I think that means we lost the well. Oh, you can go back inside this well. You usually use the wells. Oh, so when this one is lost well, it just let me jump back in because it's the campaign one. Darn the sprint stuns. That was the Kurgle's Leash. Is the escape down there? It might be down there too, anyway.
Ready the artillery!
That would indeed be nice. That would indeed be nice. I'm starting to think it's up there now. Oh, nope, it's down here. Okay, we found it. Let's go kill Tactician and complete the act. Yay!
More wreckage. At least I know I'm going the right way.
Yep, I watched the monk video earlier on stream. Pretty cool. Looks pretty OP.
Take cover! Need more time.
Interfering with things they don't understand. You don't belong here. This is a Kardui matter.
Enough babble. Where's Makora?
As we speak, the ancestors heal.
Need a sec.
Enough! The time for talk is over.
Not yet.
The way is clear. What even guides you, foul one?
Get ignited!
I must be stronger.
I gotta fix my ignite.
Outsider challenges our way. Aid me, ancestors. Let them know the might of the Kardui.
Need more time. Need a sec.
I am
Oh. And somehow still 2 archers got locked out. Just ridiculous game. Fucking ridiculous.
Weakness becomes you.
Time.
I mean, yeah, it's just like martial artist is just an example of what they need to do with every ascendancy. But we just got big gemling love, Ranger Joe. We just got a bunch of gemling changes, awesome. And we just got a bunch of armor EV buffs. Like, I feel like Mercenary's eating good right now. I think we got nothing to worry about. Alright, campaign cleared.
What have I done? It is over, Tactician. Please, can you heal her? I believe
And I did an awful job. Like, I didn't do any of the temple during the campaign, so I lost out on a lot of currency that would have like upgraded my gear at so many points. That could have been a lot cleaner, but it's still like a really good run.
Just have
As it
Oh, you're a tricky one, huh?
suffice to say.
on we go.
No movement speed still.
Move swiftly.
Okay, I'm gonna end the stream there, guys. 6.5 hour stream, pretty good. That's like a lot longer than I normally stream. I wanted to do more of the interludes and maybe some maps, but I'm gassed. I'm gonna call it there. I don't know if I'll stream this build more tomorrow. I feel like tomorrow I'm just going to like edit and finish this guide and release the League Starter guide, League Starter video or whatever you want to call it for this build. And finalize the mobalytics as much as I can before we have the passive tree. And there will hopefully I will have a .build file set up for this build as well. And then starting Monday through Thursday, every morning I will be streaming League Start practice for the Warbringer build. So this is the last day probably playing this build. Tomorrow will be editing its video, and then from there it's just full-on focus on the Warbringer. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It was a fun little stream there. We got to do a lot with the build, and yeah.
What can I do for you?
I will see you guys when I see you guys. Cheers.